Hello, everybody. Welcome to a very special stream as part of our 5-year anniversary celebration. Hopefully, you are all hearing me well out there in Twitch land. Thank you so much for being here, for joining us. I am accompanied by some wonderful people from the Foundry team, and we are excited to perish spectacularly within the dread vaults of the Tomb of Annihilation. This is just a one-shot that we're doing for fun as part of our anniversary so that we get a chance to play some games and have you all join us in that and watch us crumble before the insurmountable peril that awaits. So we'll start with a quick round of introductions, and I'll explain a little bit what we're doing with the stream. I am Andrew, creator of Foundry Virtual Tabletop. I will be the dungeon master for today's session, and I'm really excited to dip my toes into Tomb of Annihilation. It's an adventure that I've kind of admired from afar, but not ever had the chance to play. And I'm so busy these days, I haven't had really the chance to participate in our creation of it either. So creation of it by meaning that we are making it. We are creating Tomb of Annihilation as an official D&D product for Foundry Virtual Tabletop, and as of right now, as of today, it is now available for pre-order on the website, and it will be releasing in June on June 17th. So there's a little less than a month away until the entirety of Tomb of Annihilation with maps and journals, macros and automation and beautiful tokens and everything that we can possibly pack into the product is included in that purchase. And yeah, I think it's one that will play really well on Foundry because it's such a kind of hex crawl, dungeon crawl, all the exploration of the world and the environments. It's one that works really, really well on VTT. So it's a product we've been excited to pick up and add to our portfolio. So anyways, today's session will be playing a little slice of that adventure, not at the beginning, not at the end, near the end, but still in the middle as we kind of jump in medias res right into the action with this group of players who are from the Foundry VTT team. So we'll start with a round of introductions. Over to you, Aaron.
My name is Erin, and I am one of the writers on the amazing Ember product that Foundry VTT is developing. Woohoo! So I usually spend my time like living in a dungeon basement type situation, coming up with ways to kill players. And now I'm being like hoisted by somebody else's petard and having to actually play myself. So we'll see how it goes.
Excellent. Aaron, so very happy to have you join us today. Get you out of the writer's room for a minute and into the meat grinder. Kim, over to you.
Hi, I'm Kim. I am one of the core software developers for Foundry Virtual Tabletop, and I am also principally involved with the development of the 5th edition, D&D 5th edition system in Foundry VTT.
Awesome. And next up, Ludovic.
Hello everyone, I'm Ludovic. I'm one of the core Foundry VTT developer, and I have my specialty is graphics and special effects.
I'm getting a quick note from chat that audio is going a little crazy. Okay, no, it seems maybe it's okay. Perhaps momentary hiccup, but we'll keep an eye on it. But yes, Ludovic, thank you so much. Thank you for bringing the secret fire to our stream. Hopefully you can draw upon that to manage to survive, although I doubt it. Lastly, but certainly not least, we have Dan.
I am Dan. I've been a long-time Foundry VTT fan, and now I work for Foundry as technical writer. Also do some customer support stuff. I share Aaron's situation, and that I'm used to being on the DM side of things in campaigns such as Curse of Strahd. So being on the wrong side of it feels fun and disorienting. I look forward to it. So.
Excellent. Well, thank you all very much for joining and for being the sacrifices for today's stream. We're going to go ahead and jump in. Now, a fun reminder or caveat is that I have not really prepared the adventure too much. So we're going to be experiencing it together, and I'll let the dungeon be my guide, and we will see what terrible challenges it can put before the party, and I will do my best to embody the dread evil that lurks within and usher them to a speedy end. And perhaps those of you in chat might be able to occasionally help. If we get to the point where there's some sort of pivotal role or something, we'll figure out some way to spice it up a little bit as we play. Okay, without further ado, we will jump into the action. As I said, this is not the beginning, this is the end. We are jumping near the end into the dungeon itself, the Tomb of Annihilation, the eponymous tomb, and we will go ahead and pull you over to that level of the dungeon now. All right, the four of you descend the steps that frame the central atrium of the Tomb of the Nine Gods, knowing that some dread revelation awaits you within this new tier of the hellish catacomb. It has been months since you first arrived in Chult. Your limbs ache, your head throbs, and the soul ward imbued upon your flesh, which first seemed like divine provenance, now feels threadbare and deeply insufficient. Looking down at the mark on your forearm, you see in the dim light the spreading tendrils of necrosis that reach out like black veins just underneath your skin. Your heart beats anxiously in your chest, and as a sibling alongside that hurried thrumming, you feel the languid and inexorable pulsing of some other beat. The entropic pull of the soulmonger, which tugs at the very fabric of your spirit, drawing you ever closer to annihilation as it approaches its own apotheosis. It is close now. You feel it so keenly as you draw near. Below you, in the depths of this tomb, Esarak, the dread lich, his machination waits to welcome you into its fold and to join the throng of thousands whom it has already devoured. The faint clacking of two skeleton keys within your belongings shakes you from your contemplative reverie and imbues you with new purpose. You must find the third, somewhere within this level of the dungeon. Apostrophe. You gaze forward, down the staircase, in this atrium, a grand chamber, 50 feet across and plunging down into darkness below, as well as above, where you came from. A stone balcony winds around the walls to connect the chamber. There's a aperture to your left, an entrance or exit, if you will, as well as two others on the far side of the room that you observe. You direct your bullseye lantern to sweep back and forth across the expanse, dreading what its light may reveal. What would you like to do in this moment? And as you answer that question, why don't you describe to the audience a little bit about your character?
I am Apostrophe, the Great Healer. You have probably already heard of me. You may have come to one of my amazing shows where I heal people in the crowd and everyone applauds and it's amazing. And then you may have signed up for one of my Stay Healed plans for low cost every month. I will make sure that you remain healed in future. Anywhere from 1 to 300 payments, and you are definitely going to be feeling great. So it's really not a good look that right now my little halfling body is covered in black veins and looking sickly because it's hard to get healing from a sickly woman. And so I am regretting doing this. Many of my clients asked me to explore this death curse and fix it, and I wish I hadn't. So I'm just going to keep an eye out and see, is there anything that I can see that looks like it might want to kill me?
Go ahead and roll a perception check. There doesn't seem to be anything immediately jumping out of the shadows. However, there is something strange you notice. Around the floors and walls of this level of the tomb, unlike others that you encountered before, there is a strange purplish growth, like a mold or some other sort of covering that looks foul and unusual. You're not sure if it's dangerous or not, and you're reluctant to approach, but it does seem to be pervasive. As you think about what that might mean for you and your allies, Scrug, you are in front of the party, furthest down the steps. You too see this purplish growth in the darkness, and you suddenly hear in the depths of your mind a voice, someone that has been with you now for a short time, the trickster spirit, Nang Nang, that reaches out to you and communicates. A new level, the reflection of it all. There will be treasure here. I know we can take it. I know the power of this tomb. It will see you victorious if only you seize it, Scrug. You must reach out and grab the power in this vault for yourself. None other. What say you, Scrug?
Scrug is a towering orc with grey skin, weathered by sun, wind, and the kind of life that leaves marks. I look like trouble. Big teeth, louder growl, arms like tree trunks ready to snap. And when I walk into town, kids cry, guardrails still, shutters slam. That's fine, I get it. I look like war. I've got the kind of face that makes folks wonder if they're about to be turned into meat. But don't get it twisted. I'm not the villain. I don't hurt people for fun. I don't go after the weak. I don't lie, and I sure as hell don't stab folks in the back. That kind of face makes something boil in me. Hot, sharp, and wild. When the storms rise, you best stand in front of me. Cause when I rage, I really rage. The world goes red, and I don't stop until the wrong ones are broken completely. But my people, my friends, party, they are everything for me. I fight for them. I feed them when I can. I carry their wounded. I patch their wounds with my own hands. They call me chaotic. Maybe I am. I don't need to crown the rules written by soft hands. I follow my gut, my fist, and my sense of right. So yeah, I'm a beast. But I'm the beast that watch your back while you sleep. My friends, this place is weird. Do you feel? Do you feel all the treasures it contains?
You sense there must be something just around the corner, and the voice of Nang Nang in your mind urging you ever onwards. Your desire to protect your party is offset by the sudden urging you have to seek out its power. Croak, you are just behind Scrug as he descends the steps a bit. You think about the pulsing sensation you feel, the soulmonger in the distance below you. As it draws ever nearer, and it makes you think, what could such a device be? Why don't you roll an Arcana check? And as you do that, you can describe for the audience a little bit about Croak.
All right. Well, this is Croak. He's a kobold. He fancies himself a bit of an archaeologist, a bit of a tomb raider. And ever since birth, he's always had this knack for seeing just a couple of seconds into the future, like this flash of premonition that so far has managed to keep him out of danger. And here in the tomb, he feels quite at home. The mold in particular, the earthy smell, the smell of decay, reminds him very much of the kobold warrens back home. And so he's feeling it's doing a little bit to put his the rapid beating of his tiny little kobold heart, soothing it a little bit. But he still knows he needs to be on his toes. So I will also, if I can, try to press myself up against the wall here as we go down the side of the staircase and try to hide, try to just move a bit stealthily up against this wall.
Sure. Well, as I continue on to the next of your companions, why don't you blind roll a stealth check for me? Behind you is Battleflower. And Battleflower, you are descending the steps cautiously, and urged on to greater caution, a voice in your mind, one of the trickster gods that has accompanied you on this journey for a short time now, you hear the voice of Moa, who says, "You must be cautious in this place above all, Battleflower. There are perils here which I have yet unseen for many years. Step softly, lest you trigger them, and be cautious of what lurks in the shadows." Battleflower, why don't you describe yourself and how you would respond to your trickster companion?
Battleflower is a bit tall for an elf. He has noble, chiseled features, young, a mere 199 years old, and he steps down with a confidence into this floor. The cloak behind him billows, even though there is no wind, and perhaps heeding the advice behind this voice in his head, there is absolutely no sound as his foot sets forth onto this floor. There is an almost air of boredom, perhaps, as he scans the surroundings and determines that, oh, that mold might be interesting, I should check that out, but this voice in my head, it really likes to go on about things, and I know that I will breeze through this easy floor just as easily as I did the previous two. It's almost as if it took no time at all, and we already have 2 skeleton keys upon our belts, so I'm sure that this one will go just as smoothly as I stroll forward to check out the purple mold upon the floor.
Effortless, to be sure. All right, Croak, you're descending with what you believe to be elegant, quiet precision, while Scrug tromps down the stairs ahead of you. Scrug, you reach the landing, and this mold is growing on the stonework nearby, and you see it occasionally emit little puffs of spores, although nothing seems to happen to you just yet. There is something moving, rippling a little bit upon the surface of the mold, little bulges, but you can't quite make it out. it would require perhaps closer inspection.
Do you see what's happening below? Beware, there is spores.
You are all
Okay.
free to descend as Scrug advances around the balcony. Also, Scrug, near your periphery of your vision, as you round the balcony slightly, there is a bronze plaque upon the wall ahead of you to the north, which seems to bear some inscription in text. Battleflower, as you peer in the darkness down the hallway to the west of you, you see in the alcoves the stoic shapes of some hulking figures. You can't quite make them out from where you are here.
There's some hulking going on to the left. We might want to pay some attention to that.
Scrug, what does the plaque say?
Let
You
me
can
take
read,
a
right?
look. Yeah, I can read.
That's
Okay.
going to be my question. You look at the plaque, which is actually something that I think can be shown here. It reads in a inscripted text: "Walk through water with weapon in hand. Slake your shadow at the font. The vulture is the first step. Write the gods. The walls of history tell all." The meaning
Definitely have a better
is
rhyme
crystal
scheme.
clear.
Like, does not. I feel like maybe like a limerick instead. It's not really giving. The showmanship could be better, I must say.
5 out of 10.
Yeah, plenty of things rhyme with font. I'm just saying.
It's speaking about weapon and gods.
This much is
All
clear.
right, walk through water. Do we see what is there water like to walk through with weapon in
You don't
hand?
see any water near where you currently are. As you shine the light of your bullseye lantern down the hall to the west, you do make out the two hulking figures in alcoves on either side of the hall, facing each other. Armor is bolted to their flesh, and they wear bucket helms and spiked gauntlets. Iron collars around their necks are connected by a spiked chain that stretches across the corridor. They do not move or react to your presence at this time.
Suspicious.
Yeah, suspicious. I'm looking for a trap or something like that.
Maybe Battleflower wants to limbo.
This is one of the two figures that you see.
Well, that isn't even a challenge of limboing at all. Besides, I've got this mold to check out. What is this stuff? What do my finely toned experiences as a survival guide extraordinaire tell me about this substance, which surely
you
I
could
have seen
roll
several
a
times.
nature check or a survival check, depending on the way that you're approaching the predicament.
I will approach it from a survival standpoint, I believe. And
Your finely honed survival instincts tell you mold bad.
yes, just as I suspected. Just as I suspected. You should probably not snort this. Now, what are these guys doing?
You approach, and they continue their stoic monitoring of the hallway, seemingly ambivalent or unaware of your approaching footsteps. You are not sure if they are inanimate or defunct or simply waiting. They are motionless.
Well, I turn back to my companions. Shall I do it?
And by it, you mean put the mold on the guys, right?
Oh,
That's-
yeah, yes, that's exactly. Yes, that's
Like a
definitely what I was thinking.
sticker. 100%, like, because there's mold and there's guys, and together,
Face paint.
by their
Well,
powers combined.
the drawback to that plan is we have to handle the mold, which I'm not really super fond of doing. But you're a trained healer. I'm sure that you could do that safely.
I wish let me see. Sadly, I do not have an easy way to. I wish I had Mage Hand, but I do not. I don't know if anyone else does.
Yeah, Croak has the power of telepathy, telekinesis.
Excellent. Battleflower, the voice in your head kind of sighs and says, "This is what you took from my guidance to be cautious?"
This is hardly a threat at all. I'm saving my caution for the important things. I didn't do the backflip yet.
There are other corridors. Shall we take a peek down those before we decide?
Oh, that sounds
Or-
awfully reasonable.
Are you set on limboing?
Backflipping, specifically, but
Backflip.
yes. But we can check out other things. Other things might be fun as well.
Grug, as you are looking at the two figures, you are left to wonder whether the chain that links them is something that is restraining them as a penitent device, or whether it is something that links them magically in some way, or perhaps it is a weapon of sorts that they are trained to use in concert. It makes you curious.
Wait. I need to be sure about the things. I have my great axe in hand and I'm slashing one of the chain.
Chain is taut across the hallway in front of you, at about eye level.
Mm. Okay.
I really
Can I-
think putting some of the mold on the chain is the best plan. Maybe it's corrosive. Maybe it'll make the chain less chainy. That's a real word. And make it easier to cut through.
Alright, I'll scoop up some mold with the mage hand, and I'll hop over out here so I get a closer
You
look.
collect a
and-
sample of mold with your telekinetic mage hand, and as you disturb its surface, you see little lumps upon the patina of its face that move and shift just underneath the surface of the mold. And in the flickering light of the bullseye lantern, you see one of them seemingly revolve or pop open and gleam in the light for a moment, as if it is opalescent or shimmery, and then it pops away as your mage hand scoops a sample off of the stonework.
Wait a minute, apostrophe. Let me just. Can I take a closer look at the mold? Like peer down at it.
You may, yeah, if it's from a distance, perception, otherwise investigation or nature. It looks unpleasant. You're not sure what the lumps are within the mold. Perhaps some small organism that has made this its native biome, or it's certain to you that something moved underneath the mold's surface, however.
Okay. Well, I'll rub some of the mold on the chain anyway to appease apostrophe.
You touch the chain with
Yep,
the
yeast.
telekinetic mage hand, and you slather the purple mold over it. Nothing seems to happen immediately. There is no movement of the figures. The hand is delicate enough that it doesn't disturb the chain.
It's worth a shot.
Perhaps it has accomplished your goal, or perhaps not.
that mold reminds me of? Face paint.
Face paint.
Good call.
Say.
Except it did have like moving like eye things in it, which is not good. Possibly a
I
health
mean-
violation.
Maybe not good for my face, but I think that these gentlemen, if you object, say so now. See, they're perfectly willing.
I agree.
I think Croak's fed up. He's gonna go take a peek down this corridor. Can I peek around the corner?
You absolutely may, as you're all being quite cautious with this obstacle, this first obstacle in front of you, deciding what path to take. Croak, you peek around the corner and you witness a narrow corridor, 5 feet wide, extending to the north. And in the gloom, if you poke your head around the corner, you observe a huge carving about 20 feet to the north of you at the end of the corridor. A carving of a snarling jackal's head protrudes from the wall at the end of the passage. A chamber is faintly visible, where there is light emanating from beyond through small gaps in the mouth of the jackal facade, the gaps between its teeth. You can see the faint glimmer of warm, glowing light beyond.
Something else here. A jackal's head. And I'll
Was that
continue
in
on
the
a little
bad
bit.
poem?
Oh,
Did it mention
me check.
jackals?
Let me
No.
take a
There was no
look.
mention of jackal.
No jackals.
In fact,
I'm
I'm sure you'll all
advancing.
want to remember these clues, so I will just put them in chat as a reminder, so you have it handy.
Appreciate you.
The jackal is fearsome looking, but does not seem to serve any immediate purpose. Scrug, do you approach?
Yeah, I'm approaching.
Okay, what are you doing with this large carved jackal's head?
I'm looking at it closely.
It is made of solid stone. There is no gap or crease save for the mouth, which there is a sort of gap, a hole in the structure. You would have to bend your head down to place your face up near the mouth in order to peer into what is within.
I'm not sure it is a good idea.
Are you scared, Scrug?
I can put a hand, maybe, just to be sure.
You lay your hand upon the statue and nothing happens. It is cool to the touch. No response.
Okay.
You see the flickering light of something beyond playing against your hand as you move it near the jackal's mouth.
Okay, I can pass. Maybe.
Are
Is
you
it possible?
Are you peering through?
Yeah.
Are you looking? Okay, you stoop down and you look through the aperture. The gaps is about 2 inches wide, but you peer through and you see a room where 4 torches illuminate stone sphinxes crouched in the corners of a 15-foot high room chamber. The torches cast flickering light across hieroglyphs carved into the tiled floor, and at the center of the room, a gold-inlaid funeral barge stands atop a 3-foot tall stone dais. Resting on the deck of the barge is a small golden sarcophagus decorated with horned rabbits. A dark shaft opens in the ceiling directly above the barge. in the recesses of your mind, you hear the voice of Nang Nang, the trickster god, that says, "Yes, the treasure. It will be yours, Scrog, yours of all others."
Yes, it will be mine. Oh, there is something interesting here. I'm shooting to my companions.
You start to turn away, but suddenly,
Oh.
something changes in the room. A slab of rock on the east side grinds upwards, and a dwarf wearing a turban and chainmail creeps cautiously into the tomb. The dwarf brandishes a shield in front of him as he treads cautiously across the floor. 1 step. 2 steps. Do you say anything? Do you do anything?
Yeah. Hey! Who are you?
There is no reaction to the figure. Either he cannot hear you or chooses to ignore your words when suddenly a loud click sounds out as the dwarf steps onto one of the floor tiles, and a deafening buzzing rises as you see locusts that pour out of the mouths of the Sphinx statues, quickly engulfing the dwarf. He tries to fight them off to no avail. You hear his panicked shrieks and of terror and pain as the cloud of insects suddenly vanishes, and nothing of the dwarf remains except for bones and a pile of equipment abandoned on the floor.
Do we hear the locusts?
Doctory. Yeah. I've just seen something incredible with a dwarf. Which is now a pile of bones and dust.
Did
A
we
trap.
Did we
For
hear
those of you in the hallway to the south, you didn't see or hear any of these events.
Yeah, I'm shooting at them. Is it possible for me to see on which square he died?
Yes, you can see that. It's just within the entrance right there.
Oh,
It's maybe just outside the little bit
Oh,
of vision
okay.
you have, but if I slide you slightly over here, maybe, there you peek around and you see the body of the poor dwarf there on the floor.
okay. It
And
is
then
on.
this here to the east of him is the stone slab which opened to allow him to enter the chamber.
Okay. He activated a trap on a foot. A foot. Kind of foot.
That is
Yeah.
your intuition, yes, is that
Yeah.
these hieroglyphic tiles on the floor have activated a deadly trap that proved to
Okay.
be the end of the poor dwarf.
Hey, my companions, I've just seen something impressive in a room just behind this head. The dwarf has been completely obliterated by a magic trap, I think.
Hear anything? Usually dwarves are loud, even when they're not dying.
Yeah, it's true, but there is a lot of stone between the room and us here.
Perhaps. My keen elven ears would have heard it.
I think I've seen the mark on which he walked, and that triggered the trap.
What else did you see?
A lot of treasures and gold. A lot of gold.
But it doesn't seem we can get in there from there, yes?
The gap in the mouth of the jackal would be too small to admit you at your current size. It's only about 2 inches that would be able to fit through the aperture.
It seems there is an entrance somewhere else. Maybe we could find it.
All right.
Is
And
there
there's-
anything else up there, or is it just Murder Town? Like, you're saying it's just a death trap of death things.
Grog, do you go look through
Yes.
again?
Yeah, I'm looking through again.
You look through again and you see the room completely empty. There's no dwarf, no remains. It is untouched. You look with confusion, and then a moment later, a slab of stone on the east side of the room grinds upward, and a dwarf wearing a turban and chainmail creeps into the tomb. You know the rest of how this story goes.
Okay. Interesting. There is still the gold
Everything
coffin.
is exactly as you saw it before.
Okay.
Seems as if the scene of this dwarf's death has played out in front of your eyes again and again. as you
Again,
look
at the
through.
same place.
Same thing, same scene, same place.
Okay. I think we should find the entrance.
But
We
what did
should
you see?
continue. A lot of gold.
Another
It was
door
a sort
down
of
to the south. Yes.
treasure barge of sorts, a funerary ark. That in the center of it was a ornate chest or sarcophagus.
Yeah, I see a sarcophagus.
It's a dead end otherwise. Just ends with the jackal bait.
Names. You said something died in there, or like?
Yeah, a dwarf. He died 2 times.
Oh. He died 2 times.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did he die twice?
Did he like come back to life? Was he?
I don't know. Maybe something is abusing my sense. I don't know.
I'm just kind of curious. I mean,
Yeah, you
did
should
he
go have a
say
look.
anything before he died? Yeah. What? I'm interested in double death. Double death is interesting.
I'll watch your back.
Yeah. Thanks.
Apostrophe, you.
Please let me
you-
die 0 times.
You two approach this jackal head, and you two peer through into the room beyond, and it is initially empty, but it is as described, a tomb of some sort with a large vessel and sarcophagus in the center, hieroglyphics all over the floor, and a few moments later, a stone slab on the east side of the room ascends to admit a turban-wearing dwarf into the chamber, who proceeds cautiously until stepping on the wrong tile when a swarm of locusts emits from the Sphinx statues in the corner of the room and horrifically devours the poor dwarf.
That's not a fun show. Well, something's weird about this room. What are these hieroglyphs on the floor? Can we read these? Can we make what do they say? Can I make it out?
They seem to be different symbols. They seem to, at times, repeat. You see some that are the same. There's what looks like a vulture or a snake or a foot, or perhaps reeds, maybe a drum or a vessel of some sort. You see a tomb, a staff.
I have an idea, y'all, but it's a bad one. What if we kill the dwarf before he dies? Like, will he just die anyway? Like, what if we just kill him before he can reach the part where he gets consumed? I'm just kind of curious, like, will dwarves add up? Will we get a stack of them and we can walk over them safely? I don't know the answers to these questions. I'm just asking.
Can you shoot something through the?
Yeah, can we like shoot?
jackal's
Yeah,
mouth?
maybe we can like how can I murk this man? How
He-
can I murk
He
him?
died again?
Aren't you
He
supposed
died
to be a
again.
healer?
He's about to die. You know, you can't heal death if you don't understand it. And I'm trying to gain a greater understanding by killing this man. Is that not how you work? Okay.
No. That
Yeah.
sounds great. Yeah, if you can kill the dwarf, let's see what happens.
Yeah, let me see what I can kill him with. Well, or if anybody else is better at killing things quickly, let me know.
Well, Scrug is the best at killing things, but I think maybe not through a small aperture.
Yeah, it will be difficult for me to pass into this room.
Let's see. I could. No bow and arrow people with us. Does anyone got like a nice?
Yeah, I have a bow.
Two. Yeah.
You want to shoot him? Because I mean, I could cast something at him, but shooting is more fun, honestly.
It might. It's just like, what, 2 inches across? That might be too small for. I can shoot a firebolt through it.
I feel like we're hunting ghosts. I think that the dwarf is dead enough. There's plenty of other things to kill, I think. And there's another whole corridor down to the south that we haven't even checked out yet.
We should see what's down that corridor
Alright.
at least, and
We don't wanna
then
wait.
decide where we go.
Okay, so the options we have are face paint the statues with mold,
Face paint statues.
kill
yeah.
the dead dwarf. All right, I'm just keeping a list. Y'all,
Yeah.
of what we could be doing when we
Yeah.
circle back around.
Let's see our options.
Love it, love it.
Battleflower, you decisively move forward down the eastern corridor and you trample on some of the mold that was growing out from the wall. And as you pass, the hair on the back of your neck stands up as you catch out of the corner of your eye the unveiling of a lid in the mold that begins to gleam in the faint torchlight of the bullseye lantern. And you suddenly feel some sort of foreign alien energy striking out at your mind. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Here. Oops. Make my wisdom saving
Potentially
throw.
your strong suit.
Well, sort of.
Interesting. Interesting indeed. You... Ooh, yes, indeed. That is, in fact, a failure, I'm afraid. Which means that you suffer... You suffer 13 points of psychic damage as something penetrates your mind and begins to wriggle its way in among the gray matter of your brain, telling you, turn back or die. You hear the whisper in your brain.
Oh, ow. Also, it's too crowded in here already. Go away.
Everything okay, Battleflower? We were gonna check that corridor. Anytime.
Yeah, just watch out for the mold. Don't step in it. I guess I somehow did. It hurt my brain a lot. And there's an eye that's in here now, so that's not cool.
You look back at the source of it, and it is completely disappeared. It is no longer visible. However, within the recesses of your mind, Moa winces in pain and says, "Ugh, no. It is Belcour's. I knew it. Danger
what?
and death lie here. We should
sorry,
turn back."
You keep saying that, but we're not going to do that. I will try to watch where I step, though. I'm sorry about that.
Let me
I'm extra
continue the
careful.
exploration.
Don't step in the mold. Okay, don't step in the mold. Dwarves die twice. My
Lessons,
memoirs
words
are
to
going to
live by.
be so great. Amazing.
Okay. I'm looking at this corridor.
Yeah, the corridor to the south is shrouded in gloom, but in your dark vision, you can see that it leads to a T intersection heading east and west. There are stairs that continue downwards, but you know before you advance deeper into the dungeon, you must find the skeleton key that you know will be located on this level.
Yeah. Let me see here. Mm,
These narrow catacomb passageways are claustrophobic as they squeeze in on you, and the mold feels too close to your flesh for comfort.
Okay,
Doesn't
I'm
seem to
trying.
go very far to the west, but it extends much further to the east.
Okay, I'm seeing a kind of little space here. What is this?
There is a very narrow passageway, about 2 to 3 feet wide, that is a crawl space here in the rock. It disappears into and away from view as it seems to turn away from you towards the west. It would be an extremely tight squeeze, but if you were determined, you could try and crawl your way through this narrow passage.
Yeah, later maybe. Let's go. Yeah.
You go in front. Go for it. Don't
Let
mind
me
me.
go first. Trigger the traps. It's me.
Exactly. Sounds great. Good plan for both of us.
Yeah.
Grug, you enter a larger chamber, which is very peculiar in its nature. I'll give a moment for the rest of the group to catch up if you like. Still puddles of water cover the floor of this 15-foot wide hallway. The walls are slick with moisture and set with murals that show animal-headed humanoids in armor. Most appear to brandish real weapons hanging on the walls that you could pick up and take if you wished. A 3-foot high crawlway in the east wall is flush with the floor. At the far end of the hall to the north, you observe a rippling, transparent curtain of water that fills a stone archway. Beyond the curtain, you see another hallway that looks similar to the one in which you currently stand.
It's poem time, y'all.
Oh, right.
Walk through water
did it
with
say?
weapon in
Weapon in
hand.
hand.
That's the first line.
Well, that's easy.
There's weapons. There's water.
Is
Boom.
it, though?
Scrug's got a weapon.
But
Yeah.
Yes, Scrub, walk through the
Okay.
water.
Oh, yeah.
Find in the water.
With weapon in hand. Okay,
Can
I
I-
have my great axe. My great axe is in hand.
Wait. It might need to be their weapon. But what? No, just try it. Good luck.
How much do we like Scrug? Maybe we should wait a little bit. So, I'm no poem expert, but this might be the walls of history, and it might need to be the correct weapon.
I guess we could look at the walls. That's a good point. What can we see on the walls?
In the south hall where you currently stand, there are 12 painted figures, 6 on the west wall and 6 on the east wall, directly across from one another. Figures on facing walls are perfect reflections of each other, identical in likeness and posture, but mirrored. You see from south to north figures and weapons as described. There is a pair of stork-headed males with hand axes. Then there is a pair of lizard-headed females with maces. A pair of panther-headed males with blowguns. A pair of unarmed hawk-headed females. A pair of goat-headed males with sickles. And a pair of frog-headed females with tridents.
What it means?
It's the ones that don't have weapons. Can I take a closer look?
Those would be the unarmed hawk heads. And yes, they would be here at this row. You advance. What is it in particular that you are curious about?
I'm looking for signs of maybe a secret door, or like maybe one of them has a button that like inlaid in its.
Clever. Give me an investigation check, please.
They don't have weapons, so they're the odd ones out.
They are the ones that do not have weapons. That is correct.
You want me to roll this blind?
That would be ideal, yes.
Did that work?
It did. I am trying to determine what is the result of your roll. I think it is... Okay, you are canvassing both sides, or are you doing one in particular? Checking both?
Both, yeah. I just want to
You
feel
first check the figure on the west wall, and to no avail. There doesn't seem to be any mechanism or notable thing you can do. And then you go to the east wall and you do the same, and your hands pass through solid stone with a ripple of illusion as your hands sink into the wall.
Aha! There's something here.
Oh.
Some sort of illusionary wall. Grog, can you go through the wall?
Yeah. Okay, I'm passing through the wall.
You simply step in as you feel a ripple of energy pass over your skin as you step through the illusion. Inside the alcove, it's a tight fit, but there is a singular plinth, like a pedestal, that upon it there is a crystal sphere, 1 inch in diameter, about this big. It is pale purple, and it is sitting there beckoning you.
Must be precious. I should take it.
You pick it up?
Yeah.
Excellent. I have added an item to your inventory. It almost seems similar to an eyeball, but made of crystal.
Okay. I'm just verifying that there is no illusionary walls again in this small niche.
You canvass the remaining walls of the alcove,
Yeah.
and they are all solid stone.
Okay, I'm leaving this place now. Ha!
Scrug, you're alive.
Yeah! I have something. I'm showing the purple crystal eye I found. Look.
Does
The
it
mold
remind me of
also
the
had
mold eyeball
eyes,
at all?
yeah. Yeah.
Is it like the eyes of the mold? Yeah, mold eye.
Only insofar as they both are reminiscent of eyeballs, although the ones within the mold are seem to be living in a way that is much more unnerving than something that is a crystalline replica. There is no motion within this crystal, no glimmer of magic or sapience. It is simply ornamental as far as you can tell.
I was expecting a weapon, not an
Yeah,
eyeball.
nothing to
That's
help us with this.
unexpected.
It
Within that
seems
mouth that we found, I'm just curious. It's
precious.
very small. We could like
Well,
throw it through. I'm not saying we need to. I'm just saying we could possibly
Could.
roll it like a marble into the dwarf death room if we were so inclined.
I have
No, it's mine.
You can keep it, big guy. I do not want it.
I keep it
I'll
for
spit on
me.
eyeballs.
This is my ball.
Well,
I have ball bearings and stuff. If you wanna try that with something that's not a crystal eye.
That would be fun.
Yeah, I have
So-
ball
It's a
bearings.
my ball.
I guess that use plan crawl through the tiny space, maybe?
Oh,
Well, there's something at the back of the font. Isn't the font at the back? A font is a fountain, right? And
Oh,
the
what's it say?
I'm so into poetry, y'all. I'm just
the
like
font.
I'm gonna be using this at my next spoken word. It says "slake your shadow at the font," which is probably that font ahead of us. After we walk through the water with weapon in hand, I don't know, but it seems like those things are connected. Or we could just crawl through the crawly space. I'm totally fine with that too.
I'm kind of looking for like a weapon that seems like it might say that this should be the weapon I should have when I go through the water, and I feel bad about doing that without something that I feel confident in.
The plaque didn't
call-
specify.
Yeah, come on, Black.
It just says with weapon in hand. Scrug's
Right, I'm
got a
sure it
weapon.
has a secret right answer.
He's got a hand. What's the problem?
yeah. It is too complicated for me. All these puzzles. I don't like that. I'm advancing with my great axe in hand. Go.
Oh dear.
Still alive?
Mm. Yeah, I'm alive.
You approach the curtain of water that is mostly transparent. You can see through it into a hall on the far side that is a twin sibling of the one that you currently occupy.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I have my great axe in hand. I'm passing this curtain of water.
Okay. Well, you pass through the water, and I'm afraid that there is some repercussion for your transgression, as the wall of water erupts violently and explodes in both directions, sending a cascade of water down both hallways. And I'm going to need the three of you that remain within the chamber to please make a strength saving throw, as prompted in chat.
It's over for me.
You may, of course, make saving throws publicly if you wish. Still waiting on one from Apostrophe. Excellent. Scrug, you and Apostrophe are slammed violently back against the wall behind you as the water crashes you into the stone. You suffer 13 points of bludgeoning damage, as does Scrug. As Scrug, oh, sorry, Scrug, I think it double applied to you as we both did it. You can refund yourself 13, but you are slammed, Scrug, all the way back against the back wall of the chamber, and you are knocked prone, as are you, Apostrophe, by the force of this watery blast.
I'm
A moment
trying.
later, the water
Yeah.
seeps into the stonework around you, and it disappears before it flows further beyond this hallway. But it seems as if
Lied
the
to
curtain
us.
of water in the center of the room is still active. You sense perhaps your solution to the puzzle was imprecise.
Oh. Okay, I'm getting back on my feet, and are you okay? I'm shooting at my companions.
That hurt.
Fine.
Mm,
Fine.
You shout into the darkness. Well, it's dim. You see that your companions at the far end of the hall, and
yeah.
but then
I'll live.
suddenly you hear, in response to your shouts, the scuffling sound of movement in the darkness near you. Scrape,
Oh.
crunch,
I'm.
scrape, crunch.
Oh.
Scrug and
Yeah.
companions, I need you all to roll initiative. All right. Let's see here. Battleflower. You are the first to act as you hear Scrug's cry of some alarm.
All right. Well, Scruggs clearly needs help, and I will get him help. So I am going to advance towards this tunnel, and I'm going to try to start crawling through it.
That
That-
tunnel curves south.
Oh, I don't know that at the moment. I advance
Really?
towards the tunnel.
I can see it. Okay.
So it does. Oh, that's unfortunate. All right. I think that I am going to abandon that plan and try to move forward back up closer towards the water to see what I can see. And with my normal move of 55 feet, that should be enough to get me to there. I can see nothing on the other side.
Well, you can see through the water, so it is transparent. You see Scrug, but you don't see any adversary as of yet.
All right. That is unfortunate. I am going to, I guess, advance right next to the water. And
Please don't go
see.
through until we move.
I will not go through. I will ready attack on anything that's not hostile that appears on the other side of this water, however, and hope that my punching through it does not actually trigger the water wave. Actually,
Right, but you are not punching through yet. You are.
I am not.
holding-
And in fact, what I'm going to do instead, or perhaps in addition, is let me just make sure that I can do this. I can have to do that at the start of my turn. Is this something that you would allow me to do at this point in time, new to being the pilot of Battleflower or not? I'm trying to activate my elemental attunement feature.
Hey, elemental attunement feature. That sounds cool. What does it do?
So it would allow me to make elemental strikes up to a distance of 10 feet away, and that is what I'm going to hopefully do so that I can strike through this wave of water with water and hopefully not trigger anything. It would give my ranged attacks a 10-foot range, I believe. Yes, 15-foot range. So I will attempt to do that.
Yeah,
Rise
you may certainly activate that feature,
Okay.
incurring any corresponding cost.
Yeah, I appreciate the flexibility there. We'll try to remember the wording a bit better.
We're all learning. So you activate that as you approach, and
So anything
I believe that
hostile
also has
within.
an active effect you can apply to yourself.
Yes, so it does. So
Anything else on your turn?
no, other than that, I'm just readying the attack on anything that approaches within now 15 feet of
Okay,
the water.
Apostrophe, you are up.
So first, I'm just gonna move out of the range of the water murder thing, having already been hit by it. So I'm just gonna, scooch over here. But I also want to. I'm curious about. I'm obsessed with this poem and mold. But I can't do anything about the mold right now. But the thing where it says "slake your shadow" at the font makes me wonder if darkness would help walking through it. So I'm also going to cut off my lantern momentarily. I'm the only one without dark vision, so really only harms me. I'm just gonna go stand here and say, "I'm cutting off the lantern. Maybe the dark will help." That's my shouting voice.
Right. Excellent. Would you like me to turn off your light source for the time being? Okay.
Verisimilitude, y'all.
Bullseye no more. You are shrouded in darkness. Anything else on your turn, Apostrophe?
That's it for now.
Broke.
Let's rush up here. Is this where the wall was? The illusionary wall, or was
Yes,
it?
that is correct. To the right of you, to the east of your current position.
I'm gonna hop in there and hide.
You hop inside and everything is dark. You're in a little cubby. You see the backside of a illusory stone wall in front of you.
Nice and safe. Yeah, I just want to hide. Take the hide
Okay,
action.
you can roll a blind stealth check for me, please. From around the corner behind you, Scrug, you hear this scraping sound of footfalls as some terrible creature of malign intent comes around into view. It appears to be similar to the guardians that were in the western hallway, although this one is unshackled from any sibling. It comes around the corner, and it will make its attack against you. Two of them, in fact. All right. What do you? When? Okay. We'll see if it hits before doing that. But its first attack against you with its spiked gauntlets is a 17, which I believe hits.
Yeah, it's hitting.
All right. So if you're using retaliation, you may attack it in return, but in the meantime, you suffer 16 points of damage.
I'm retaliating.
You can make
With
your
a
retaliatory
powerful
strike, however, though.
blow. Yeah.
This tomb will be your end, Scrug. As the tomb guardian attacks you once again with its second attack, that is also a hit. The second attack strikes you for 21 points of damage. It is now your turn.
Okay, I'm using a bonus action to activate my rage. And then I'm slashing at this beast. I make it this quick, you have my word. My first attack. I'm using my reckless strike. I'm activating my reckless attack to have advantage on all. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. A 24 is a hit. if you would like to target the creature, that will make some things a little easier. But you may go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah. So I'm using my savage attack for my a wonderful.
All right. Savage attack. Okay, that's already built in the keep heist. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
The creature suffers damage from your blow.
Plus frenzy.
Yeah, and frenzy. Sorry, I forget that. This is slashing damage.
Excellent. 13 more points of damage from your frenzy. Excellent. You cleave at the creature. It is struck, but it is hardy. Doesn't look like you're close to taking it down. It's going to require more effort.
Yeah, and so is my extra attack coming also. With an advantage.
That absolutely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Yeah.
All right, 12 more points of damage to the creature. Well struck, Scrug.
Yeah. And then I'm not moving. I'm positioning here. It's perfect.
All right. Apostrophe. You are alarmed to hear the scraping sound of something moving in the darkness in the tunnel behind you. It approaches. Step. 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 You hear it getting gradually ever closer.
I'm being flanked by something
Oh, no.
bad.
It uses its action to dash. Step. Step. And the creature is on top of you. Or so you think. You cannot see it in the pitch darkness of the tunnel. Battleflower.
Alright, so I heard a cry for help behind me, and I quickly read the tactical situation north, where that is not changing. Okay, he's gonna fight away from me. Alright, lure them down towards me, I call into the water, and I've got to go deal with the other one. And I'll move 30 feet. Oh, there's a target. Alright.
Like it.
Not a thing. But I can get to here, and using my that's enough movement for sure. So I will be striking past and, well, honestly, over Apostrophe as we're attacking this large beast, sending a flurry of blows in its direction, mainly force-based, but I am going to be trailing a bit of dripping water from my ethereal blows as I extend at it. And we will give that a go. Let's see. First, actually, yeah, I'll go ahead and do my attack.
Well struck. You land a square blow against the looming creature. It is heavily armored and plated with these awful pieces of metal that are sewn into its flesh. This armor of the creature could not be removed. It has become part of the golem. You deal 13 points of damage. Is it all bludgeoning, or is it does your elemental
It is force.
stuff?
It is force damage in this. I think I can still use my normal choice of force, even though I have the elemental adaptation going. So, in addition, as part of the elemental adaptation, what I can do is I can force the target to make... Oh, I would have to use water, acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder if I want to do this. So, if possible, I'll do lightning.
that
If I can
damage
change the
type
type
would
of
have
my...
applied to that attack.
Yeah, if that's
Okay.
okay. I can do it in the next one if that's too sketchy.
Up to you. You can do whichever.
All right, Battle Flower would have known how his ability works, so I'll go ahead and say that he did the elemental. I'm going to try to force the saving throw of the DC 14 strength saving throw to try to push it away from Apostrophe.
Okay. Your arcing blast of elemental strike courses over Apostrophe's head, and the electricity strikes into the Guardian, and it seems to be completely absorbed, doing nothing. No harm
All right.
has been inflicted upon the creature. However, you may still try and apply your secondary effect. What is the saving throw, or is there a feature that I respond to? Or
I can put it into chat. I'm not sure if there's the... I don't think it's there. Just a saving throw, strength, DC 14 would be the difficulty.
Okay, no problem. Strength 14 saving throw. Aha, a 1. It fails its save. What is the consequence?
Push 10 feet back.
Okay, it is knocked backwards away from Apostrophe.
All right, and I still have some extra movement, so I will advance before my next attack. And now that I no longer need to get the blow knocking back, I will switch to force, which will hopefully be more effective for
Okay.
my second attack, as I try that again.
Uh, 13
Probably
does
not.
not hit. The heavy plating of armor, of iron and metal that is stitched into the body of this monstrous golem, it is too strong in its ability to resist your blow.
All right, I will go ahead and use Flurry of Blows as my bonus action and launch another 3 strikes at it with my attacks.
All right, let's have
With-
them.
Not that one. Flurry of Misses. Old school when the penalty attack used to apply.
That is a hit.
And roll the damage on that one.
Suffers
One
9
more
points of
attack.
force damage, which is effective.
Good, good. One more attack. Whoop, that's the damage roll.
Also a hit.
Disregard that. Oh, that's okay. There we go. Good, good. And one last point of damage before I have this thing's angry attention.
Well rolled. 11 more points of force damage. You have dealt some wounds to this creature, but it is far from dispatched.
All right, I say, Apostrophe, get behind me. I will take this thing. And my cloak billows as I end my turn.
So dramatic. Apostrophe, it is your turn now.
Yes.
You can see something. I'm not sure exactly how, though. Have you restored...
I've done nothing. I
Or-
think.
Maybe there's an issue
Somehow-
of shared token
Yeah,
ownership here.
yeah.
You'll have to imagine then, or maybe we can get it corrected, but you would be in the darkness. You sense that Battle Flower is next to you. However, yes, not you aren't able to actually see just currently. You can move back to where you started. That's okay.
Okay. I am not about this life. So I would like to, and Crocus hiding right in the shadow realm.
Crocus
and-
disappeared somewhere. You're certainly not sure, and deprived of your
Somewhere.
ability to see anything, it's impossible to pinpoint where the kobold has ducked away to.
I'm gonna Battle Flower. Seems like you got this handled. Good job. Let me see. I am gonna try to go through this water thing in the dark because I must know if it works. But first, let me see what I can do to help you help me more by killing that thing. And so perhaps a bit of bardic inspiration would be helpful in this moment. Hold on. Let me I think, sorry, I have like bardic inspiration and then like fancy bardic inspiration, twice as inspiring. I am going to just give you regular. That's going to be my bonus action, so I'll do it at the end. Regular old, straight up bardic inspiration.
I feel like there's like a halfling joke here somewhere, like twice the inspiration, half the bard, or something like that.
I felt really good about the inspiration until you told me that you had a better one that you didn't give me. So thanks.
Yeah,
You
got
know
a better
what?
one.
You
I'm
were
not going to
so-
give you that.
When I saw your cloak billowing, I was like, wow, doesn't need it. Save that for someone else who has a less impressive visage. But I will also, before I do that, give you a little bit of help with, I can enhance ability on you if you would like it. Is there an ability that you think you would do well to have enhanced? Like whatever your spell, like, what's your
I mean,
favorite
I'm not
ability?
entirely sure what the way that enhanced ability works in this new edition here off the
It'll
top of my
give
head.
you
But
advantage on ability. I don't know if it'll help you though for this per se.
I don't know.
More for
It's-
skill checks or other.
Right.
Yeah, no, sorry. I thought maybe it would help with the. You know what? You seem great. Love you. I'm just gonna give you the bardic inspiration and move away.
All right,
And
sounds good. I got
totally
this.
Trust that you got this.
He needs to be on like a
and-
higher subscription plan to get the special inspiration.
You
You
did
must
not
upgrade
pay
your
me.
plan for.
Actually,
preferred
do you know what kind of
inspiration.
damage? Do we know what kind of damage you haven't taken any damage from this creature?
Scrug
Not
house.
Okay.
from the creature, no. Just
I
from
did
the
see-
slam of water.
I did watch
Okay.
Scrug, but I'm not sure
And
what
Scrug-
conversation we can have here.
It was just bludgeoning, right? It was. Okay, we don't know.
You
All
know,
right,
this is
if you-
something that in the heat of the moment you would be oblivious to, since you did not see it yourself.
All right, bye. In that case, I'm leaving you behind. All right, how far can I move? 30 feet. All right, I'm gonna go right up
You'll have
here.
to path around the corner a bit more.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to. All right, let's do 15 this way, and then 30. Okay, I'm gonna go right over here. And then I will bardic. Before I left, I gave you bardic inspiration. You know, just
Okay.
that happened.
Sure. So that bardic inspiration is for Battle Flower, and then is there anything on your action that you will go ahead and use this for you, and we can
think
apply
for
that
the mo-
to Battle Flower.
I think at the moment I'm gonna hold off. Yeah, for the moment I'm gonna hold off.
Okay.
Wait it out.
Croak, it is over to you. In your nook, you hear the sounds of alarming things happening outside. Perhaps it's safe to just stay here. Let it all blow over.
Croak needs Scrug to put his head in jackal mouths so he needs Scrug alive. So he's gonna run forward. Scrug's great axe didn't work when he walked through the water. I think it might work if it's. Apostrophe thinks it might work if it's in darkness. So, and Battleflower thinks maybe we need some of the weapons on the walls. But which one? Which weapon?
Indeed. Which indeed.
He's too busy. All right, I'll rush up to the wall and just grab the nearest weapon on the wall, off the wall. How far have I gone? 20 feet.
Sorry, I think I just accidentally kicked our camera to the curb, so we'll get that back online momentarily. I was trying to fix the privileges of the observer. There we go. All right. Sorry, bring me up to speed again, Croak, of what action you're taking after moving up adjacent to the wall.
I'm just going to grab the nearest weapon off the wall.
Okay, the nearest weapon off the wall would be the pair of figures closest to it, which are frog-headed with tridents.
All right,
There are a pair of them.
I'll grab a trident.
Okay. I'm not sure if you plan to actually use it as a weapon. If you need to,
No,
I can get
no.
you an item, but otherwise we'll imagine that you have the trident in your hands.
And then
That
I'll.
would be, I suppose, an object interaction.
That's right. Yeah. Right. Get one free with my action or movement. And then I'll try to go through the wall.
Mhm.
Could go wrong.
Pass through the curtain of water, and the curtain bubbles and swirls as you pass through it holding your trident, and it goes still, and it permits your passage without objection.
So was it the trident or was it the fact that it was in darkness? We don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. I will true strike the tomb. What is this?
Tomb Guardian.
Tomb
This
Guardian.
Fell creature, for you have no other name for them.
Let me see. No, I can't do that actually, because I need to throw away the trident, which is another interaction. I can only do that with the attack action. So no true strike. Okay, I will bonus action dash here,
Okay.
and then I will true strike with the short sword, which I can do. So I don't need a free hand. I don't need two free hands.
You've got trident and short sword, and you're using your trusty short sword to make an attack with true strike. Excellent. 26 is absolutely a hit.
And sneak attack because my ally is next to him.
Mm-hmm. Nine, a modest roll with several ones and twos therein, but it is effective. It does some damage to the creature.
I'm done.
All right, the Tomb Guardian itself is mindlessly ready for the fight to come, and so it continues its onslaught of attacks against Scrug, who had attacked recklessly on his turn. So these attacks retaliate with like advantage. The first slamming into you with a 16 that hits you for
It's enough.
18 points of damage. However, you are raging, and so I believe if I apply this, it has, correctly applied it as 9.
Yeah.
And then a second attack, also with advantage, comes in with towards you. A 1 and a
nice.
2, so it's a miss. Then the Tomb Guardian will move 5 feet to get
I'm
into a position to attack Croak as well.
retaliating for the
Excellent.
second attack.
Good, good.
Yeah.
Nice.
24 is a hit. Well struck.
Yeah. And so the damage.
You suffer. It suffers 11 points of damage. You're chipping away at it, but it is a hardy creature. Scrug, it's your turn now.
Yeah. I'm using my bonus action to do an adrenaline rush. And I have a number of temporary hit points equal to my proficiency bonus.
Nice.
So this is 3 points. 4, sorry. And I'm striking at this automata. With a savage attack. Sorry, this is a damage. This is not a.
Getting a little ahead of yourself, Scrub. Let's see if you hit first. You do
Yeah.
hit, of course. So you
Yeah.
deal 20 points of damage with your savage
Yeah.
attack.
Plus frenzy.
And I have my frenzy slashing damage with 10.
10 more points of damage. Scrug's getting going. All right.
And ma seconde attaque. Again.
There it comes. 22 hits. Well done.
Yeah.
$16 more points of damage as the creature, chunks of its flesh start being carved to the floor, exposing bits of gore and viscera as you cleave off one of its metal plates. It soldiers on, seemingly undeterred, mindless in its intent to lay you low. Anything else on your turn, Scrug?
It's okay.
All right. The Southern Guardian advances implacably towards Battleflower, making a pair of multi-attack strikes. The first is a 22 to hit.
That does indeed hit.
I know enough to not immediately roll damage against a monk in case there's some crazy trickeration about to happen.
There is, but you can roll your damage.
Okay, you suffer 19 points of damage.
Well, so I'm not sure if I have to declare this before, but what I probably should have. I'll do it on the next one, I suppose. I'm going to try to do the deflect attack thing. I don't know if that's
Okay,
what you're
what
waiting
is
for there.
the wording of that feature?
That's what I'm looking for in my deflect attacks. There we go.
Each attack roll hits you, and its
And
damage includes.
I would be doing a
something.
redirect. Yes.
I think that can be after the damage roll because you need to know what the damage
Okay.
type is before doing this.
I assume that part of this is an applicable damage type. So yes, I will do it with
Yes.
the redirect
So
version.
you can roll the 1d10.
Yep.
You will not
And
be
I will-
able to reduce the damage to 0 though.
Yep, that's fine. Ish.
Well, actually, 1d10 plus dex plus monk level, so
Monk
maybe
level.
you can. I don't know.
Yeah,
Let's
we
see what
will
you
we'll see how
roll.
this goes. 1d10. Is it a different amount for redirect as opposed to?
Let's start with the 1d10 and we'll figure it out
Oh, yeah.
from there.
All right, I'll do that.
All right. 8 plus 10 plus dex mod of 5. 20. You do, in fact, deflect the entire attack, reducing its
whirl of
damage
my
to
cloak.
0.
And it then would have to make a DC 14 dexterity saving throw or take some damage itself. For the
Okay,
privilege of trying to
so
hurt me.
You are spending the
Yes,
point.
I already have.
Okay. It will then try and resist your reflected blow, your redirected blow, unsuccessfully.
Right.
In which case,
Oh, is it +5 there? That's awesome.
take damage equal to 2 rolls of your martial arts die plus your dex mod. Yes, so that looks right. It takes 16 points of damage. Oof. Okay.
Nice.
Well done. Monks. It has one more attack coming at you, which is a natural 20.
I'm twirling around. I'm feeling really good about myself, and in that moment of feeling, I get clocked by this thing.
It slams its
Oh, no.
mailed fist into you for 24 points of damage.
Okay. Smile gone.
It does not have anything else to do on its turn, and you are blocking the passageway, and I assume not permitting it to pass you, so...
That is correct.
That is the end of its turn. It is now your turn, Battleflower.
All right. I think on my turn, what I am going to do is exercise a little bit of discretion here. I am going to do a thing.
The better
I
part
am
of valor.
swirl around and go invisible, which is a thing that I can do as a magic action.
Yes, the voice in your head, of the voice of caution, Moa says, "Let us away."
For once, you and I are in agreement. And I'm going to exit while being relatively quiet. I'm walking without making any noise. And so hopefully it may not even be obvious to him that I am leaving and no longer there. But I'm going to attempt to see, first of all, if this thing can see invisible, because I'm going to take a step away and see how that goes.
It does not take any action. It seems you have eluded its grasp.
Okay. In that case, I will continue my movement. And go to here for now. See what I can see. Another 35 feet of movement. I will move up, advance towards the corner there. And as I go by Apostrophe, I would say very quietly, out of nowhere, to the water wall. And I end my turn.
All right. Apostrophe, it is your turn.
All right, I'm going to, well, I do want to go to the water wall. I'm about that life. But first, I want to attempt to command the southern, golem. And, it needs to, succeed on a, let's see, wisdom, 16?
It does require a creature you can see within range, which it is not presently.
That is true. Dang it. Fine. In that case, I'll hold for now because I don't want to turn on the light and accidentally trigger the water wall. And so I will head for that and pick up a weapon along the way from the right side of the room and head through. I think I can actually make it all the way through.
You are
and
picking
drop
up
my-
the one nearest to you, which would be the... Let me confirm. Stork, lizard. These are blowgun. It's a blowgun. Off of a
Great, actually,
panther-headed creature.
I could use some more range, so I'm actually really into this, and so I'm gonna grab the blowgun, like
Okay.
you do, and charge through and see what happens.
Excellent. Blowgun in hand, you charge through the water wall, and as you pass through its shimmer, it suddenly wells in ferocious force and emanates a blast of powerful magic that ripples throughout the chamber, blasting you and your allies backwards as before. That's going to be one like this, and one on the other side, going the other direction, and everyone within the room, including the Tomb Guardian, must make a... let me double check. A strength saving throw, as prompted in chat. Unfortunately, the
Fancy
blowgun was
blowgun.
not the solution here.
You live and you learn. Sorry, gotta get all the way down here.
Good rolls.
Everyone is able to withstand the... I guess everyone is able to withstand the blast. I'm trying to think if Croak is subjected to it or not. Certainly you are not in the measured template that I drew. but the wording does say any creature in either hall. Are you in the hall or not?
I'm here.
I'll say you're safe. I'll say you're safe in the alcove.
I'm over here though.
Oh, oops, never mind. I'm sorry. I thought you were still in your... I was looking at the origin of your movement. Pay no heed to my musing. All right, everyone resists the damage of the effect. Apostrophe, you are through the curtain of water. On the other side, you've withstood it.
All right. Well, since the light doesn't appear to have made any difference whatsoever, I'm going to turn my lantern back on so I can actually, see stuff. And that's always good. Oh, hello! Hello, Sir Gollum. How are you today? And now, since I haven't done anything else, I can try to command this Gollum. I
think that reigniting your bullseye lantern would have cost you your action.
But I can use command as a bonus action because of some other thing that I have that I cannot remember which one it is. But it is one of my features that I can, in fact, use it at all times. Sorry, the Mantle of Majesty allows me to cast command without expending a spell slot as a bonus action, and I take on an unearthly appearance. So imagine that.
Cool.
Yeah, so command away. And my command will be grovel.
Amazing. All right, go ahead and play the spell card for command, and we'll also, once you get a chance, also activate your Mantle of Majesty feature.
Will do. Sorry, it expended the spell slot.
You command the Tomb Guardian to grovel. It takes a saving throw, and it does in fact roll this one with advantage. But it is unsuccessful, and heeding your words, it hurls itself to the ground, and it begins kind of scraping along the ground, prostrate, attempting to comply with your commands.
Beat it!
Yeah.
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh.
Croak, it is over to you, I believe.
It drops prone on its turn.
Oh, it would comply with the command on its turn. You're correct. Thank you. It is preparing to grovel.
Okay. Since the water wall's still active, I'm actually gonna stow the trident. Sorry. Well, actually, I am 0.5 of a pound away from being over encumbered, so maybe let's not do that. I'm going to, I'm gonna just throw the trident aside for now. So my short sword's still out. I'll true strike the Tomb Guardian. 13.
13 does not hit.
And then I'm going to bonus action disengage and run it into the crawl space.
Squeeze into the passageway.
Yeah, squeeze into.
Feels like home.
That's right.
The safety of the burrow.
Yeah.
Nice and snug.
And that's me.
All right, on the Tomb Guardian's turn, it drops to the ground prone and ends its turn.
Nice.
Damn.
Yeah.
Frustrating.
Get down.
Yeah.
It's groveling on the ground before you.
I'm taking advantage of this situation, but it is not necessary to be reckless this time. So I'm just moving in this place, and I'm striking at this thing. First attack with an advantage because it's prone. Oh,
Natural
Whoa!
20.
ooh.
Oh, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad.
Oh.
Oh no.
Okay.
Cut his head off.
Ready?
22 points of damage is a vicious blow, although I suspect there's more still coming.
Yeah, the frenzy.
Is also
Go for
double.
yeah.
With
And
the
I-
additional damage from your frenzy, you dispatch this creature, rendering it dead.
I expected a challenge. Guess not. I'm doing a battle cry. Ah! Hmm.
There's one. You hear a voice from the crawlway. There's one down below.
Where?
Rug.
Where?
Use the trident.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a trident somewhere in this room?
There's one on the
Yeah,
ground
so
here.
in the room, there are a set of figures in relief on either side of the hall. In the north hall, the ones closest to the wall of water, one square south of apostrophe, are frog-headed with tridents.
Okay, so I'm using my remaining movement to go there, and I think I will pick a trident maybe next turn.
All right. In anticipation of doing that, do you sheath your great axe, or are you still holding it?
Good question. I will need to hold the trident, so I'm sheathing my great axe.
All right. The Tomb Guardian begins sprinting in a berserk frenzy. Well, actually, technically not, but it begins sprinting as fast as it can to get towards you, and it runs right through the wall of water, which explodes on either side of the barrier in response.
Well,
Everyone in the room must make a strength saving throw.
Oh my god. I expended all my strength commanding people. It's hard life.
All right. Battleflower, you and Apostrophe are slammed back against the walls
If I feel
behind you.
like I'm going to
Apostrophe-
fail, if I feel like I'm going to fail, I'm going to use my inspiration that Apostrophe gave me.
You
Because-
are about to be slammed backwards, yes.
Yeah. And in 2024, you can use this after you have been already inspired there. So that would give me a which side die on that one? I'm not sure. Or it's just a reroll, is that it?
10?
D10. All right, I will roll a D10.
Yes, D10.
Oh, actually.
Oh no. What? Actually?
No, that is actually reminding me that I have luck. And I did roll a 1.
And you did roll a 1, that's true. Halfling luck. Good call. Battleflower, the inspiration is consumed and is not enough to prevent you from being slammed
Ugh,
backwards by the wave into the far wall.
unfortunate.
You suffer 11 points of damage, which I will
Yeah.
apply.
Okay.
One was automatically re-rolled for you.
Oh, the one.
Apostrophe. You got
Oh,
a
it was
2.
Apostrophe.
You got a 1 and a 2.
Two.
So
Okay, it was automatically rerolled. Bad news, Apostrophe. You also take the damage then, and are also knocked prone.
Life is good. Thank you. I did not see that somehow.
yes. One of the features we got automation for.
But
Oops, sorry. I double applied to you a battle flower. You were, I think, at 7, something
Yeah.
like that.
That's right.
Sorry.
Right.
7. Oh god.
All right.
I'm
So
doing
the
fine,
two
don't
of
worry
you are
about it.
prone. The Tomb
Dude.
Guardian resists the effect. The wall of
7?
water. The wall of water resets, and that's the end of its turn. Battle flower. You are prone. You are wounded, but alive for now.
Turd. So I will stand up, expending half of my move, which I believe would be round down, up, I don't know. 55 movement divided by 2. Which should it be?
It
Up.
rounds down by default.
Okay. So in that case, I have, let's see, 30, I don't know. I have movement. Let's do the math and let's see if it matters. It doesn't really. So I can
25.
still go to at least here, which is as far as I want to go. I am invisible still, though that's about the end of the list of things that I have going for me. So I will stand up. I still have my full normal everything left, and I will be making attacks at 10-foot range with my elemental adaptation feature through the wall of water. And I'm going to see if I immediately regret my life decisions by seeing if this triggers this. I will attempt to do it as cold the first time in the hopes that this being watery will not make the thing go, but we will give it a go. And we're about to do a science experiment on how this works. So I make my attack. We'll see here. And this is with advantage, I presume, because you can't see me. So the good news,
That's
this
definitely
is
a
a
hit.
critical hit.
Not only a hit, but a critical hit.
Not a great
For
one, though.
a modest 9. I know the pain of monk crits. It's like you're
Yeah.
so excited you crit, and then it's like single digit.
Yeah. Yep, indeed. Does a wall of pain erupt everywhere? And does it actually take damage from the cold?
No, nothing happens.
Okay, did it seem to be effective damage?
It did seem to be Wait, well, what was the damage type?
Cold.
Yes, effective.
All right, in that case, there's going to be a lot more where that came from. I attack again. Normal this time as I become visible. 21
That is a hit.
for 7 points of damage.
All right, applied.
And I will go ahead and do Flurry of Blows because I'm definitely going to be short resting after this for sure, hopefully. Or at least try to. Let's see. Flurry of Blows, usability, and here we go. More punching at a nice safe range. 3 more. I assume that's a miss.
That is a miss. That is also a miss.
Oh,
Flurry of misses.
I think you got one more. Yeah.
That is a hit.
Okay. And I get in 11 points of damage. More than my crit.
Excellent.
And I end my turn. Still alive.
Apostrophe. You are prone on the far wall. You've taken some damage, but it is now your turn.
We fall down, but we get up. As they say. And I still, the Mantle of Majesty is still with me because it's a minute, and fights are slow. So I am, but how close to death are you, Battlefly? Are you dead yet?
I'm kind of bobbing on my feet, but I look just as confident as ever.
I will, because I can use command as a bonus action, I can use my action to do something else. Let me see, how far away are you from... No, I don't want to actually move, I just want to see. 60 feet. Okay, so I'm going to mask your wounds. Centering, which I believe, let me make sure I'm reading this correctly. Mass Cure Wounds is a wave of healing energy washes from a point I can see within a 60-foot range. So I can see the wall of water. It seems like everyone is kind of crouched around it, so I'm good to center my wave of healing energy there. It'll go out in a 30-foot radius sphere. It will not cure me, but I love you all, so I assume you'll help me later. Maybe I'll move up so that I'm actually within range. That would make sense. Do I have
think
any
you can
movement
target
left after
yourself.
coming up? I just have to be close enough to where I go.
You could center it in a place that would include you in the area.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I also hit the actual half-dying person. But yes, I'm gonna center it so that it hits everyone, and let's assume I did that math. A train leaving blah 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 station does a thing. I'm not gonna cast that. Oh wow. Here, okay. Oh wait, I think I figured it out. Oh yes, I got the exact right spot now.
Nice.
Whoa.
Don't worry about me. I haven't taken any damage.
Oh, sorry.
34 points of healing.
Wow.
Most welcome.
Ooh, that's
Kill
good.
everyone! In the name of the great apostrophe! I'll charge you later.
3 samples.
The
Yeah.
bill will come in the mail. And after that is done, I will then hit command for my lovely bonus action.
Nice.
Riot. Sorry, I could have targeted that better. Yeah. This command will. I liked the grovel. That was fun. So we'll do that again. Grovel before me, the great healer.
Oh, no more groveling. It tries to save with advantage.
Ooh,
And does not.
Yeah.
All right. Croak, that brings us over to you.
Oh, I feel like this is well in hand. I guess I'll hop out. Where is it? Is it this one? Yeah. Okay. I'll stash my short sword. And then I need to make a. And then I'll just hit it with a firebolt. Then, in that case.
Okay. It is not prone yet, so it's gonna not be affected
Actually,
by that.
let me use a mind sliver. I don't know about elemental damage, so I'll use a mind sliver.
Okay.
Intelligence saving throw.
Keen intellect tries to resist your effects with a failure.
Back in we
Suffers
go.
Points of damage,
I'm done.
as well as the reduction to its next saving throw, which you can help me remember. Scrug, it is your turn.
Yeah. So I was about to sheath my weapons. Is it done, or I was about to do it?
You did it on your last
did.
turn, so your hands
Okay.
are free now.
So I need to.
But the circumstances have changed as
Yeah,
the remaining
there
creature
is
is
some
now next
change.
to you.
So I'm wearing my protects again. So it is a bonus action, right?
Uh-huh.
And
No, to unsheath that you can object interact, I think, too.
Yeah. Get one.
oh, okay.
Once per turn, you can unsheath or sheath.
Okay, so I'm unsheathing my great axe. This axe solves all arguments, and I'm moving just in front of this thing, and I'm slashing at it.
You sure you don't want to move to the other side of it?
No, I don't try. I'm stupid, but not at that point.
Okay.
And I'm not using my reckless attack, but is prone, so
Not prone yet.
It is not prone yet. So you would need to use reckless attack if you want to.
Ah,
have
okay,
that
so
advantage.
I'm using my reckless attack, yeah.
Okay. That hits. 22 hits.
Yeah. And then the damage, I'm using my savage attack. And frenzy.
Modest by your standards.
Yeah.
But a frenzy still to go, and then another attack. Frenzy's better. Another 10.
Yeah. And the second attack.
Ah,
Oh.
that misses.
Oh no! Oh.
Just in time for the creature to grovel.
Womp womp.
Battle Flower, it's your. Let's bring a hasty end to this combat because there's more tomb yet to explore. I think with it groveling, my proposition would be, with all of you yet to act, you're able to finish dispatching it this turn. Does anyone want to play that out?
Not at all.
Okay, I think you have
But-
resolved the matter at hand, and you dispatch the remaining Tomb Guardian. You have sustained some wounds in the process, though, but you now know the secret of the corridor that permits you to pass through its watery barrier. What we're going to do is we're going to take a very short break to give us a chance to get a drink or use the restroom, and then we will be back for another half of gameplay where I will redouble my efforts to inflict death upon this party. I've got some work yet to do, so
I'm doing
stick
my part.
around. I'm gonna up the ante, and we'll see what we can do after the break. Please don't go anywhere, and hopefully Matt in the broadcast booth can take us to an AFK screen for a moment, and we will. And welcome back to our one-shot stream for Anniversary Week. Let's Die, Tomb of Annihilation. I'm going to have to work a little bit harder to deliver on the title, I think. We'll see. But we are all here playing through a little slice of the eponymous Tomb of Annihilation, a product that we've been working hard on making as premium content for Foundry VTT. It is available starting today for pre-order. It will be live, available to install in less than a month in June, on June 17th specifically, but it is available for pre-order starting today. It's going to be a wonderful module with all the bells and whistles that we can imbue into it included. Really encourage you all to check that out and consider picking it up if you're looking for a long form level 1 to 11 plus campaign for your players, using all the D&D system rules and setting and everything that we can offer through our partnership with Wizards of the Coast. So yeah, please do check that out. Consider picking it up either now or once it drops in June. And yeah, we're gonna, without further ado, get right back into the action. We are gonna do a giveaway during this stream, so 2 of you in chat are actually going to win a copy of Tomb of Annihilation, courtesy of us. So all you have to do to be eligible for that is to be in the chat room, logged into Twitch. So make sure you are signed in and in chat, and in just a little bit we'll pull a list of names and do a giveaway to connect 2 of you with this adventure for free. All right, so we're not going to do that right now, though. We'll give it a few minutes so that people can file in and make sure they're logged into chat. So as you have dispatched with the Tomb Guardians in this Hall of Reflection, you recovered one peculiar crystalline eye from an alcove on the south side of the room. You learned that evidently the tridents are the secret to passing the wall of water without it exploding on you. There is one trident left on the south side that would be like right here. and there are 2 tridents on the north side that are available. Back over to you, players, to decide what you would like to do next.
After a brief bit of consultation to determine the proper weapon, I will snag the trident off the wall and rejoin my compatriots, dripping wet and rather battered looking,
Mm-hmm.
but no less confident.
Pass through the wall without incident.
This
You are reunited on the north side.
this chamber's mirrored, right?
It
Looks like
certainly
a mirror.
seems that way. The reliefs, the statues on either side, they are in the opposite order, south to north, that they were on the other side of the room.
Oh, there was a secret alcove in the bottom chamber,
Oh,
There was.
so maybe it's mirrored.
yeah.
Look at you with the big brain.
You with the constitution of a wet paper towel.
Ah, shots fired.
I'm gonna probe this wall. I think it's the one that doesn't have a weapon, if I remember correctly. I tried to scroll up to find it, but I can't find it.
Yeah, it's the middle one. They were unarmed individuals, hawk-headed, unarmed.
So I'll probe this wall and the other one. Although if it's mirrored, I think it should be this wall to see if it's also
You
illusionary.
check the eastern wall, and as expected, your arm just passes through the stone without any resistance. And inside the alcove, as you step in, you discover a plinth bearing a crystalline eye, 1 inch in diameter. This one is bright green.
Well, Scrug didn't seem to die when he took it, so I'll just grab it.
Of course, I've added it to your inventory.
Nice.
Oh. Have you found something?
It was a green eye. I don't know if the colors mean anything. Crystal. Same as yours.
Okay. Strange. Maybe we should continue to explore.
Did we try the opposite unarmed?
Yes,
we did. Okay.
Croak checked
Did,
them
yeah.
both, but only the
Okay.
eastern walls were illusory.
That makes sense. Just making sure before we continue on.
Yeah. I don't know what these crystal things are for, but
Marbles.
yeah.
I will pass first. Go. Oh,
What do you see?
mud. This
What?
kind of mud.
The mold.
Ooze. Oh. A
You
door
trample
here.
through a narrow hallway that is thick with mold, and as you disturb it, you see the subtle rippling of small lumps in the mold moving away from your feet. As Apostrophe rounds the corner, the bullseye lantern reflects the light off of one of them that blinks at you before moving on.
Oh god. So cool.
Are these primarily on the floor?
Floor, walls, ceiling, all of the above.
A door here. What kind of door it is?
It is a heavy stone slab that you suspect you could push inwards if you wished.
Okay. Could someone take a look at this door? If there is not a trap, something like that.
I'll take a look and see if I can find any traps.
Okay.
As the resident dungeoneering.
Yeah, you can roll an investigation check if you like.
Blind?
Yeah, sure. That would be ideal.
Oh,
Not as blind as it could be.
it was, yeah.
It's
okay.
all right. I won't make you re-roll. You feel confident in your assessment of the safety of this door. You think it's good to go.
All yours, Grog.
Okay, opening the door. Go. I'm opening it.
You open the door to reveal a square 15-foot chamber. And before you move into it, I need to explain a little bit about what you see. In the center of the floor, there is a stone font that is attached, fastened to the stonework. And as you open the doorway and look into the chamber, a swirling manifestation of shadow and smoke coalesces on the far side of the font. Its back is turned to you. It is facing away from you, and it is standing there solemnly on the far side of the basin.
What do you see?
There is nothing else in the room aside from the font in the center, which appears to hold some kind of burbling liquid. The shadow on the far side, and faintly through the shadow, you see a sibling stone slab on the far side of the door.
I'm seeing a shadow. It appears
Shadow.
here in front of me.
That was on the
And-
plaque. Slink your
Yeah.
shadow at the font.
What?
Do you see a font?
Yeah.
Comic Sans.
What should I do?
It's like your shadow?
I don't know. Gotta
Slap my
slake it
shadow?
somehow.
Oh,
Could start
I
by going
can't
in.
command my shadow.
Try.
The shadow's back to you. It stands just moving ever so slightly. You take a step forward and it takes a step away from you, passing through the door and out of sight.
Oh.
Incorporeally.
Strange. The shadow moved.
It's gone?
Yeah.
If you move back, will it come back? Like,
Yeah.
Hey, I'm advancing it in the room.
We need to
Oh.
bring it back somehow because we can't slake it. Can't slake it if it's not at the font.
Oh,
Maybe there's another one.
be looking.
okay. I think I understood.
You take a step backwards and the shadow reemerges into the room, and it moves about the room as you move backwards past your companions. Its swirling, incorporeal nature commingles with the vapor of the font, but nothing happens as of yet. I assume you're facing into the room?
Yeah.
Yeah, its back is turned to you. It's looking away.
I'm looking at the wall behind me.
You turn and look at the wall behind you. Battleflower, you and who else can see this? Apostrophe. The shadow turns towards you, and suddenly your heart seizes in your chest. As you gaze upon its dreadful aspect, you see a horrific visage locked in a tortured, silent scream, like Scrug, but alien and horrible, malformed and unnatural. You feel a quickening of your pulse, followed by a shock to your system. You must both make a wisdom saving throw for me, please. Uh-oh. Apostrophe. Not you, Scrug. You are in fact
Oh.
looking away, so you do not.
Okay.
See,
Oh.
You do not see
Oh, so
this
it's me.
visage.
I'm the one that needs to make the. Okay.
It is. Yes. Sorry. Battleflower and Apostrophe.
Oh dear.
Battleflower, you sense this is not going well. I don't know if either you or Apostrophe have any interventions you can take upon failing a saving
looking.
throw.
Yes.
Not currently.
And I'm quickly seeing if I have any.
I do not believe so.
Okay. Battleflower and Apostrophe, you both immediately lose consciousness. Your companions see the two of you collapse in agony to the floor as you both are reduced to 0 hit points.
What's happening? Hey.
Grug, do you turn around?
Yeah. I'm looking at my companions that have fallen, and I'm trying
You turn
to
around and
understand
the
what's
shadowy-
happening.
Yeah, you turn around and the shadowy figure within the room turns to mirror you as it looks away as you look in. You see your companions on the floor, unmoving.
I will lean
6 seconds
down.
pass. I need you both to roll a death saving throw.
Private.
Yes, privately, please. You can tell that your allies are in need of immediate aid.
Okay. I have a potion of healing in my equipment. I'm getting it from my backpack, and I pour the content of it in the nearest companion.
Would you be tending to Battleflower or to Apostrophe? Apostrophe is closer to you.
Yeah, apostrophe.
Okay. If you have that in your inventory, if you actually use the item, then it will allow us to apply the correct amount of healing. Apostrophe, the potion is administered to you, and you are on the floor. You gaze upwards, and you see Scrug stooping over you to tend to you, and you feel as if your entire life just blinked out of existence for a moment as you gazed upon the horrifying visage of the shadow, which I don't know if you look again or not. Probably not. You are afraid that might be gazing at you from the room beyond. Battleflower, you look to your side and you see the monk laying on the ground in a tortured grimace, seemingly unconscious in agony.
I think you meant to say apostrophe there at that one.
No, Apostrophe is now conscious.
Yes.
It is
She
you,
saw,
Battleflower.
yes. I'm not saying anything at the moment.
Yes.
Can I cure wounds on? Let me cure wounds on Battleflower.
That would seem prudent.
Yep. Okay, let's go for it.
And this whole time, the shadow's just still there, standing, looking away.
Standing there, its movement mimics whatever Scrug did. So
when he leant down to
what
sort of
you
administer
notice
the
is
potion.
when Scrug knelt down to administer the potion, the shadow also kind of knelt down into the liquid of the font, and it almost looks as if it like scooped some of the liquid up. Or actually, sorry, no, it sort of looks like it poured something out into the liquid.
Sorcery it is.
Alright.
Well, I healed you a little bit, so you should be less dead.
Yeah, I'm significantly less dead. Thank you for that.
No problem.
Make your shadow at the font. Okay. What if you do like, if instead of administering a potion, you look like you're drinking a potion? Scrug.
Yeah, I'm taking my empty potion.
Like dip it in and then drink it.
Yeah, I'm trying to do this thing.
Yeah,
In the meantime, no one look at the thing.
You
Thing
imitate.
bad.
Yeah.
You imitate scooping up liquid in your empty potion vial, and you observe the shadow in the room stooping down into the middle of the font and gathering some of its liquid in its billowing, umbral hands. What do you do?
I'm looking at it. I'm puzzled. I'm
anyone is-
laughing.
I can't
anyone
see.
The
proficient
liquid-
in-
Oh yeah, go for it. Is anyone's proficient in?
I was gonna say, if anyone is proficient in insight, you may roll a check. Otherwise, continue puzzle solving yourselves.
That might be me. Hold on.
I am, strangely. I will see if I can figure the dots that.
I am, and I have good insight. If you don't, want to.
Yeah, okay.
Or we
No.
could both try.
Yeah, Croker's around the corner, so he can't see exactly what's happening.
Battleflower, you sense from the puzzle, the clues of the level that in order to slake yourself at the font, it might involve needing to drink the liquid that is contained within. But who should drink?
Presumably, if you can manage to pantomime such that you're drinking, such that the shadow is next to the font and it is drinking while mimicking you, I think that we're going to be dying less, maybe.
Okay.
So, Orc Shadow Show. Yay, puppets.
Go. I'm doing all the mimics necessary.
And no one else
You
watch this
mimic.
thing in case you see it.
You mimic drinking, and you see the shadow imbibe from the liquid in the font. It takes it into its body, and it seems to billow and swirl. Nothing immediately happens, though, but you sense that it has had some effect. There is still more liquid in the basin.
I'm continuing this mimics.
You continue to
Yeah.
emulate the process of drinking, and seconds pass, and it continues drinking, and you see the amount of liquid in the basin slowly depleting as it seems to be being subsumed and ingested by this shadowy figure. And eventually, after about 30 seconds or so, the figure completes its ingestion of the liquid, and the contents of the font disappear completely, as does the shadowy figure.
Oh.
There is no more liquid in the font. The shadow evaporates and dissipates throughout the room, and left behind in the now empty vessel of the basin of the font is a small orange crystal about 1 inch in diameter that looks a little bit like an eyeball.
Yours, Scrug. You earned it, and you may even have a career in pantomime. Who knows?
It's pretty good.
Maybe.
All right, Scrug, do you go and retrieve the crystal from
Yeah.
the font?
Yeah, of course. I'm saying
will-
something that could have some value.
I have placed
I-
the orange crystal in your inventory, and as you deliberate with your peers what to do with it or what to do next, I think this is the moment that we will do our giveaway drawing. So we're gathering up the list of names from Twitch chat of people who are logged in, and I will be putting together a table to do the drawing, so don't go anywhere as we get that together. Just grabbing it right now. All right, let's see. Okay. I think what I'd better do is, since Matt is the one doing the stream, so that we can show this happening, I will give Matt ownership of the table, so you can pull it up on stream, and I'll let you do the rolling. So if you can go ahead and give it 2 spins, please. Everyone drum roll as we search for 2 winners to get these diabolical prizes. The first is Wise Turtles, and the second winner, if I can get another spin of the table, is Teams is Better. Better than what, though?
Microsoft Teams.
Wise Turtles and Teams is Better are the winners. If you are here, please respond in chat, acknowledging and confirming your desire to be a winner. And Teams is Better. Yes, thanks. And we'll see if Wise Turtles is here. Otherwise, we might be due for another roll.
Wise turtles.
All right, let's roll again. I think Wise Turtles' time is up. We got Michael Temer Ventru. Or Michelle Temer Ventru. Sorry. Michelle Temer Ventru, are you present? Sorry for mispronunciation. We'll see if we have another winner. Looks like time's ticking away. Sand slipping through the hourglass. All right, let's give another roll. I think we got another absentee. Next winner is Rob Aird. Rob Aird, much like these heroes in coming to this place.
We're still going to win.
We'll see. We'll see. If only we can give away a copy of this great adventure. Yeah. Rob Aird, I do. Hello. Congratulations, Rob. You are the winner of our second copy of Tomb of Annihilation for Foundry VTT. What you and Teams is Better will need to do is send us a DM on Twitch to this account, Foundry VTT. Let us know your Foundry user account so that we can get the prizes sent out to you. And without further ado, we will get back to the action. So congratulations to the 2 winners. For the party, you have cleared another room of this precarious, perilous vault, but what lies beyond? Or, if you're taking any other action, feel free to let me know. Battleflower, you and Apostrophe are still struggling with your wounds, but Scrug looks modestly healthy, and Croak seems entirely unbothered.
Oh, Apostrophe. I could give you a spell that would help you move faster if you wanted to heal me.
It's like a spell swap.
Yes.
I only take cold, hard cash, but...
Well, I think that when you're running for your life, which happens in this place, that it might be beneficial than cold, hard cash.
That is, you know what? You make a good point. So I will accept your swap.
All right.
And in fact, is anybody else... Scrug, are you fully healed?
Not fully.
It's just a little breeze.
Sorry,
I'm good.
I think what I may do is cast Mass Healing Word, which will, because I would also like to be slightly healed, and so, just a little bit. So I will cast that, and that should hit everybody. Okay, hold on, give me a second.
Sounds like a good plan. And then the Long Strider is a return favor to Apostrophe?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I know my compatriot.
Oh, not on me.
Sorry, I don't know how I placed in like a weird way.
I think Dan was targeting me, which is why it ended up on me. I'll delete it.
Oh, yep.
It should...
Wrong token.
Yeah.
Okay. The healing
User
should
error.
be in the chat. Yes, thank you.
Better-ish.
Massively word.
I don't know if we're going into a party immediately, but you know,
Well,
we're doing a little bit better.
tiny bit.
Like,
I have a
in
feeling
combat, you've got
we
your.
may need to heal again soon, so I don't want to use all
That's
the
fair.
healing right
That's fair.
now. But I may soon.
Is
There's a
there
door.
anything else in the room? The door.
Yeah, there is a door again.
Only good things are behind doors. Actually, I
Okay,
tried to say that, and the words catch in my mouth, and I can't actually complete the sentence. Yes.
Do you need to catch your breath, or we can open the door?
Stupid gods.
Let's go.
I think
Go.
you should
I'm-
open the door, and we'll stand.
Oh, we lost Andrew.
Oh,
This
dear.
is the perfect time to open the door.
Yes, go for
Oh
it.
no!
Speed run.
Loot
That's
everything.
Shit. We annihilated everything in the tomb but ourselves.
This tomb is cursed.
Go, go, go. Yes. Andrew got trapped for Discord, probably from other things as well. Uh-oh, he's back.
I'm back. Ah,
Put it back, put it back.
okay. Sorry.
Ah.
Discord just went nuts on me there. This would never have happened on Teams.
Teams is better.
I had a strange feeling for a moment, but let's open this door. I'm
You
opening the
sense
door.
the strange sensation in your gut of being temporarily unsupervised by the watchful eye of the game master.
Yeah.
And in that moment, you fling open the door to reveal nothing. A dusty, empty room.
What?
Purpose. Vestigial.
Is it a joke?
Unwanted.
Can I check for any illusionary walls in
may.
here?
You may.
Where's my sheet? Is that you? What do you want?
Investigation.
Investigation.
Yes. You feel around the walls and floor and ceiling, and there's nothing of note in this room.
Yeah, doesn't seem to be anything in here.
But
just the space for the shadow to live, maybe.
The shadow's home. No longer.
I'm looking
Yeah.
into this thing here. It is
It
empty.
is now an empty basin. There is no liquid within or anything else of note. You've removed the orange eyeball from its contents, and there is nothing
Okay.
remaining within the font.
Okay.
Battleflower, are
seems-
you invisible once again, or is that a
I am, yeah.
errata? Okay.
No, I've taken the moment to
Prudent.
be. Yes.
Okay, Skrog, you're up.
Yeah. Go.
Scrug, you advance down the corridor, and
Yeah.
it turns sharply to the left. At the corner, just before the turn, you notice that there is a hole, a bore. Oh, excuse me. Through the rock at about a height of 6 feet, and so I'm referring to right here. There's a cut through the rock where you could see through to something, but the corridor goes past it and then wraps around, so you're not sure yet what is the purpose of this particular aperture.
Skrog, hold me up. Hold me up. I want to look through.
Yeah.
Getting some assistance, Croak, perhaps from Battleflower, you look up to the aperture and you see Scrug on the other side of it, so you can see clear through to where Scrug is standing now. And beyond Scrug, you see a solid wall of stone.
Nothing on the wall?
Good question.
Scrug, get out of the way.
The corridor ends in a block of stone, which is painted. A 7-foot tall jackal-headed humanoid with a circular gold medallion around its neck. All around the figure are carvings of locusts.
Oh, we saw locust. Well, I didn't, but Scrug saw
I heard
locusts.
about them. I heard about locusts.
This is another puzzle. I'm not understanding.
Wait,
Is
the
there any way?
jackal was also in that poem that I can no longer. It's really far up in chat now.
Oh, I have it. No, there's nothing about a jackal. It's
Oh no, what's
walk
the
through water
what's
with
the
weapon in
full
hand.
name?
Like the vulture is the first step. Write the gods. The walls of history tell all.
Sorry, I thought it was
We-
jackal. It's vulture. Okay.
We haven't even seen a vulture yet. It's the first step.
What?
Poem is not accurate.
Sorry, I'm
And-
good to kill things, but not to think.
If
Step 0 is a bitch.
I look through the spyglass, can I see a vulture?
Good question. So if you get something to stand on, or you raise yourself up through
I
the
just hold my arms up for someone to lift me up.
Pick him up
Sure.
obligingly.
You see that in the center of the jackal's chest is this circular gold medallion. It's fairly large. It's 6 inches in diameter. It's a gold disc engraved with the face of a horned devil. The mouth of the devil is agape, and lodged behind the disc you see there is some hieroglyph that is visible through the hole in the devil's gaping mouth. As you look at it right now, you can see the depiction of that hieroglyph within the devil's gaping mouth is that of a vulture.
It's a vulture.
Hey, we're at the first step.
But how do we open
Also-
the door?
Also, because I'm invisible, he's just kind of dangling in midair, musing as he's
Yeah.
doing this.
Amusing indeed.
I mean, last time I tried to do something, I almost died, but there is an open mouth with a thing on the other side makes it seem like you could throw or shoot or move something through the mouth. Maybe.
Yeah, Scrug, try to like press the vulture hieroglyph through the, like just try to press it, maybe it's a button.
Yeah, okay. So
You
I'm
press the
Yeah.
mouth of the devil face in the medallion in the center of the chest, and nothing happens. You press into it, and it does not yield beneath your pressure. But there are all kinds of other intricate carvings on this stone slab that perhaps might have some meaning.
Press
there
everything.
is
That's
nothing happens. There is some carving on it. Look.
Push
Carvings of locusts all over the statue.
push the locusts.
Okay, I'm pushing the locust.
There are 50 different locusts. Do you just go around
50?
mashing them?
Yeah.
All right. Some time passes as you
Yeah.
Bop it. Twist it.
wait. Did you press that one already, or
Oh no.
give me
Scrug,
give
it's
me
not
an
the right one.
intelligence ability check, please, Scrug.
Oh my goodness.
Shouldn't have picked that. Wait,
Intelligence.
I'm gonna use my portent to give him a 14 on the roll.
Okay. Scrug is like, Scrug, you are initially uncertain of whether you lost track of the count halfway through the exercise, and you could no longer remember which locusts you'd pressed and which ones you hadn't. But suddenly it comes to you in a moment of clarity where you remember exactly what you did, and you continue on pressing the remaining locusts until suddenly, as you're nearing the end, you put pressure on one of them and click. There's an audible clicking sound, followed by a loud rumble as the corridor in front of you starts to grind and move, and the door of this slab begins ascending upwards into the ceiling above you, or descending downwards. I thought it was one of the other, one or the two.
Wait, Locust, is this the room? Is this the back of the room that we were in before? Or
Yeah,
the,
this-
we saw before
yeah.
with the double dead
may be,
double
yes.
dead dwarf.
It
Double
indeed
dead
may
dwarf.
be.
So don't step in the place with the bad place.
It sinks into the floor. And perhaps my narration previously of what you saw was incorrect when you saw the dwarf enter. This barrier sinks into the floor, revealing the tomb beyond, Scrug.
Okay, wait. The vulture is the first step. Is there a vulture in front of you, Scrug?
Yes.
Scrug, I'll describe to you what you observe first. 4 torches illuminate stone sphinxes crouched in the corners of the room. The torches cast light across the hieroglyphs in the tiled floor, and you see the funeral barge in the center of the room atop its stone dais. There's the golden sarcophagus on the barge, and you see in front of you the skeleton of a dwarf sprawled on the floor east of the barge. The dwarf is clad in a tattered yellow turban, dusty chainmail, and is clutching a bronze shield.
It seems to be an old corpse or a recent death.
Good question. You look at the corpse, and it's at first a little bit difficult to tell because it has been picked entirely clean. Only bones and equipment remain. How would you assess the age of the departed?
Maybe dust covering
Yes, good
equipment.
thought. You do notice that there is a heavy layer of dust covering the entire body that suggests that it has lain here undisturbed for some time.
Okay. So I'm describing what I'm seeing to my companions. Come!
As you describe that, the voice in your head of Nang Nang says,
Yeah.
"Yes, we must loot whatever plunder there is in this tomb
I know.
before anyone else can get their hands on it."
I will loot everything.
You must grab it first, Scrug.
Yeah, first. I will grab it first. I'm speaking loudly, of course.
Grog.
Okay,
Remember the dwarf, Scrug.
I'm just watching him patiently, but I'm being held
Okay,
up.
I have an
by
idea.
Yeah.
I'm using Nyang Nyang powers. I suppose we have a sail in this room. I'm just looking at the sail.
There is a ceiling. It is 15 feet above you, but yes, there is such a ceiling.
And is there marks or glyph on the ceiling?
There are not. The walls and the ceiling are unadorned by hieroglyphs. There are none.
Okay, so springs to me an idea. This is rare, but it is happening sometimes. I'm using my Nyang Nyang abilities to walk on the walls.
All right. You use the ability of your trickster god to
Yeah.
climb the wall itself, and you make your way. You would have to first step in, though. Do you step in first, or do you kind of climb across the wall?
Yeah. So I'm beginning to climb on a wall, and then I step in on a wall.
Sure. So you go in and around. Are you going to the north or to the south? You can move your token where on the wall you would be. You move into the chamber.
Yeah, in the south, I think it's good. Here.
And as soon as you move into the room, the stone barrier behind you raises to seal you in.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Hey,
Scrug?
my friends, are you hearing me?
Strangely, yes. So, sorry, I'm just trying to grasp the meaning of this, but it does seem as if Croak you hear the voice of Scrug loudly and clearly in your mind, even though simultaneously you hear a faint, muffled sound of Scrug speaking aloud.
I can hear you, Scrog.
Scrug, likewise, you hear the calm and composed voice of Croak in your mind as if he is right next to you.
Oh.
Anyone else hear that?
I
No.
mean,
Battleflower? Apostrophe?
Yeah, hello?
I
No
heard
one
you
else
talking, but
seems to hear anything.
is he okay?
Oh,
yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay. Maybe you should come also. I will pass by the sailing. So I'm using
Are
my
you the
climb
only ones with
ability.
the crystals? Are you the only ones who have the eye crystal things?
I have one.
Oh.
And yeah. And
I
Scrug
wonder
has
if
two.
that's why you're able to communicate because of the eye crystal things.
Yeah,
Must be.
maybe.
I mean, we
Yeah.
can't do
Art.
anything about that, but I mean, like, if you pass me one, can maybe I try to see if I can communicate
Yeah.
with
Drug
Scrug?
has the rest
Test
of
it
them, I
out,
think.
I'll
and I can grab yours.
yeah, I'll give Apostrophe my crystal.
Just for a
Should
second.
tell him
Check
that
1,
if
2,
he's
3,
going.
Scrug. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, in fact, you cannot, Scrug.
Ah,
You cannot
no.
hear. You cannot hear
Good.
apostrophe
Okay.
at the moment. There is
Is
no
this thing on?
response.
All right, it didn't work. All right, here you go.
Whoever.
Okay. What if you look through the spyglass?
I will also need a boost because
I sigh and provide another boosty.
uh, apostrophe, are you the one looking through the spyglass?
oh god, now I'm.
That's
That's
I
not a good
might have
question.
misunderstood what was happening.
Yes, I'm the one looking through.
Okay.
If I die, I die.
Apostrophe, you look through the spyglass and you see the same thing that Croak previously described. You see the statue of the relief of this jackal-headed figure. You see the medallion on its chest. You see the vulture icon within the devil's mouth of this medallion. But
Scrug?
you say something, and Scrug, you suddenly hear Apostrophe's voice in your mind.
Oh, Apostrophe, it's you.
Just checking in.
Yeah, I'm okay. But
You're on the
alone.
pulse. Cool.
It does seem as if you're able to communicate with each other.
Can Croak still talk or no? To Scrug.
Scrug?
No response.
No response.
Uh,
Okay.
Only the
It's the
spyglass. Okay.
spyglass.
Hmm.
What if, because I was watching Scrug through the spyglass when he manipulated the door, what if I press the same locust he did?
You can, and the door obligingly descends into the floor.
I'm gonna stand on the door. I'm going to activate my immovable rod, placing it flat against the door.
I love it.
Well, the floor. And then I'm gonna take my pole of collapsing, and I'm gonna try to like pull the dwarf's remains towards me.
All right, you
Wow.
affix an immovable rod. Remind me the length of this rod?
Oh, could probably post it in chat.
Right, let's see.
Does it say?
It becomes magically fixed in place. It doesn't really matter how big it is, I suppose.
Okay.
It can hold up to 8,000 pounds
I have no
of
idea how much
weight.
that is.
And so you're positioning the rod such that it would prevent the stone block from rising. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm laying it flat on the floor where the stone
Okay.
recessed
Okay.
and activating it.
Perfect. Wonderful. All right. Good. You do that, and you then pull the dwarf's corpse towards you, and the weight of the dwarf's corpse gradually shifts and shifts and shifts until it moves one space further towards you. At which point, you see the vulture tile become slightly depressed by the dwarf's weight, and you hear a faint clicking sound, like chunk. And yet, nothing happens.
The vulture's the first step.
Does it say
So-
what the next step is after that?
It's
If-
not that useful, no. It only gives us
The
the first.
walls of history
Does it say
tell
about the
all.
rate?
Does the dwarf have anything?
Oh,
That might be a clue.
Oh no, the walls of history. Wait. What about that line of does the line of statues that we saw earlier with the weapons correspond at all? I can't remember what the heck they were. These don't
Let
look
me
like they're
find
the
my
same
message.
types of symbols.
Oh, we got it.
Oh, yeah.
No, but there were no vultures in there, so I take
No,
it
but
back.
that was the
No.
freebie. That was the bingo square in the middle.
Maybe.
The
I don't see any
there's-
lizards.
you,
Yeah, I don't
you
see any
survey
dwarves.
the remains of the dwarf, and the turban seems to have a particularly eye-catching gemstone in the center of its fabric. You also notice a shield and a pouch at the skeleton's waist, and that's about what you see. You're not sure yet what's in the pouch unless you inspect it more closely.
Yeah, I'll grab the shield, the pouch, and the turban, and take it back here, up to here, to have a look. I
You
will.
retrieve those belongings, and as you peruse through them, you see within the belt pouch there is a magnificent-looking diamond, as well as two 1-inch diameter crystal eyeballs. One that is dark blue and one that is vibrant purple.
I'll give one each, one to Battle Flower and one to Apostrophe, in case it does have some sort of connection between us.
We're
I'm
so
not
close
seeing
to
any
becoming the Power Rangers, y'all.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't think I want to become the Power Rangers in this place.
I can keep it if you want.
No, that's fine. Give.
No,
All right.
no,
But-
we'll take it.
I'm just not looking forward to Morphin Time.
You distribute the dark blue and vibrant purple to who gets which one?
I want the purple. It matches my shirt,
All right, I'll take the other one
and the blue matches your shirt,
in my invisibly
Alright.
billowing cloak.
and your invisibly billowing cloak.
I'm continuing moving along the wall,
I'll
and
undo my movable rod and head back.
What? He's still in there.
looking.
Well, we can open
and-
it any time. We just press the button, right? I don't want my movable rod to get destroyed, in case I'm
Oh,
wrong.
Okay. It seemed like it was doing fine there, but if we need to get to him in a hurry and we have to push the security sequence, then that could be a problem.
Okay,
It's
I'll leave it
only
there then.
50 It's only 50 locusts.
I'll leave
We're
it there.
coming, Scrug.
Okay.
Rug, the voice in your mind says, "They are too hesitant. Your opportunity is now. Grab the treasure before they take it from you."
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll grab it now. Okay, I'm going to the sailing.
Okay, you
and
go up to plus
yeah.
15.
Yeah, and I'm moving toward the center.
Uh-huh.
Actually, I think I'm okay with the store being shut now. Update.
Made your bed.
Update. Take it off.
Now you have to sleep in it.
Well, you don't really know what's happening inside the.
I do.
Wait, no, the door is still open.
Door's
So
open.
Yeah.
yeah, door's open.
Also,
Okay.
I
And
can
I'm
hear. I'm
perilously
still
close
looking
to
through
it.
the spyglass, so I can hear Scrug like
That's right. That's right.
saying like,
I'm
"I
just-
will take the
Okay.
treasure," whatever he's saying.
I'm crouched by the rod and I'm ready to click it in case it looks like it might be destroyed by something.
What? Destroyed what? Okay, I'm falling on the in the
You drop
boat.
down to the
Yeah.
funerary barge, and you land upon it, and it sways a little bit underneath your weight, but your feet are beneath you, and nothing immediately happens.
Okay, perfect. What's this? Sarcophagus? Coffin? I don't know
Yes,
what it
it's a
is.
sarcophagus. It's a golden sarcophagus that is.
Oh, it is in
within-
gold.
It is gold, and it is
Oh.
within this barge.
It is mine, my precious. I want to look into it. Let me take a look. Could I open it?
You may try to open the sarcophagus.
Yeah.
As you reach
this-
down to try and lift the lid or shift it in some way,
yeah, I'll
does
try.
not- it does not move. It does not open. You could perhaps try harder to lift it, but it does not easily open at first attempt.
Okay, so I'm gathering my strength, and I'm trying hard to push it or lift it.
All right, you manage to lift the entire sarcophagus off of the healing barge, and as you lift it, there is an audible sound as a humming of power springs into being, and you find yourself immediately enclosed in 4 on each side walls of energy that extend from floor to ceiling, and they enclose the area that you are currently within in a rippling curtain of force.
Oh. What's happening? Hmm.
No locusts there.
No locusts.
Well, that's probably good.
Yeah.
Can I hear them?
You seem to have a connection to apostrophe at the moment.
Okay. Apostrophe, do you hear me?
I do,
I think
and I
I'm.
see some stuff. It's not good. Doesn't look good.
I think I'm into a kind of field of energy.
Does it
Okay.
extend all the way up?
Yes, floor
Yeah.
to ceiling.
Sorry. couldn't-
You can't escape the way you came in.
Okay, so I will break everything.
You just start smashing. But
Yeah.
it does seem as if the arc here is surprisingly resistant to your blows. You suspect it may be reinforced by inlaid spells, magical abjuration that protects it from harm.
I'm puzzled. I
Dis-
think I need to
have
think.
dispel magic. Wait a second. I have dispel magic through my fancy lyre. No, mandolin. I have a fancy mandolin that lets me dispel magic 120 feet away. So I could attempt to dispel the magic of whatever the heck is going on over there. Seems bad.
All right.
Does that make sense, y'all?
Worth a
But,
shot.
well, first make sure that we have a plan and agreement with Scrug, because I see a world in which we bring down this magic and he continues to try to carry a sarcophagus or something. So let's make sure we're on the same page. That when if it goes down, that he's ready to get out. because I'm not sure that's the case.
Or not get out, because like, will the locust re-locust at that
Well,
point?
maybe. I don't know. But just we need to run this by Scrug so that he's aware. And
Yeah, Scrug,
yes.
I was thinking about dispelling the magic around you, but if I do, what will you do?
This is my sarcophagus.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, just, you're with it. Just stay where you are.
It is mine. I don't know why. I don't understand what's happening. I want to crash everything.
Okay, so assuming we want to rescue Scrug, although I guess I don't hear any of this, so yeah, I have to wait for you to reply about
Okay.
this.
Yeah, like, I'm relaying it like,
Okay.
Scrug wants to smash everything.
Yeah, so assuming we want to rescue Scrug, the way we do this, maybe, the dwarf pushing seemed to be effective. So if we can reliably shut this stone before triggering this thing, we can sort of trial and error our way through this, assuming that the wall of force protects Scrug from it within.
Actually, I love this idea. I'm gonna yes and you that I have unseen servant, where I can create a weird creature of magic that does what I want and will walk around and do stuff. Perhaps, it gets eaten by locusts, I don't care. So I could send my unseen servant in and use that as the way to like try to figure out what's going on while Scrug is protected before trying to dispel the magic.
The critical part is we have to make sure that this thing is about ready or already starting to come up when we take the wrong step to figure it out.
The locusts don't come.
We know the
out
vulture
into the
is
corridor.
safe, right?
I don't
'Cause
know.
it could-
This is part of the plan. So
Pretty sure the vulture is safe. Yeah.
Yeah, so if we stand it on the vulture and then move the thing up, then it should be the only things in there are the unseen servant and
Scrug.
Scrug in the wall of force.
just make sure that we get that shut first. The other plan that we can try to do is to try to find an answer elsewhere while Scrug is here and try to come back and rescue him. But that's less fun. So
Yeah, let's do that. Let's send the unseen servant in, and then I'll remove the rod, so we're protected.
I just have to stay within 60 feet of it, but I think.
All right. You create an unseen servant. Where do you place the unseen servant?
we know the one.
on-
We know the foot
on-
square is bad. Yeah.
On the vulture?
Yeah, on the vulture, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I
that
can
one's
actually-
good. This is bad.
I'm gonna activate it.
Aaron, I've given you ownership of your unseen servant, so you should be able to move it around.
Okay, good. Oh yeah, here it is. Okay.
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me when it's in place because I can't see it because it's unseen.
Yeah, I can't. Even... Yeah, that's a good point.
You could do
I
it
don't
just
know
so they
that I
carry.
can even see it. Hold on.
If you hit tab, it should switch over to it.
Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh, there we go.
I don't know.
It's unseen, but it's here, y'all. I promise. It's right on the vulture. It's
On the
there.
vulture?
We're in.
Okay,
We're in there like swimwear.
I'll press the button on the immovable rod and snatch it back and get out of the way.
Which one are we going to try to step on? The snake thing? Stepping on, I don't know. Make right
what
the
was
gods.
the-
We go
I'm
right.
wondering here whether this, as described as shapeless, unseen servant is sufficient to actually activate any of these floor tiles.
Have it try to drag something, like the dwarf shield or something, maybe.
It can carry stuff, so I could give it some. We could give it some stuff like this.
Sure,
we can
yeah,
give
it might
shield
need
or-
it might need something else by proxy to apply weight to the floor.
a stick.
It's not working.
Drag the dwarf shield. Or whatever the biggest thing is that it can drag that isn't valuable that the dwarf was carrying.
Yeah, the shield, when I picked it up, it didn't seem magical.
So the dwarf's body, and I'll just use a little drawing for this in the time being, but the dwarf's body is currently is back with, no, only the pouch. So the dwarf's body is still on the vulture tile.
Yeah.
So that tile is still and already depressed.
Right now, the unseen servant is standing on top of the dwarf's
Of the
body,
dwarf's corpse, yes.
rudely on top of a dwarf corpse, and the shield is still with the dwarf, right? So I'm going to remind the servant to like drag a shield with it and use it to
Sure.
poke the
Shield.
floor.
Is the door still down?
The door is down, yes.
Door should come up. Good luck, Scrog.
All
Keep
right, let's
raging.
pick a. I guess we pick a square. It's not the foot.
Well, it's the next line was make right the gods, so let's try to. There's like a godly looking thing to the right. I don't know, maybe literally go right to that square, just in the absence of any better plan.
Are we sure that that clue is about the
Have you-
same puzzle? Because
Not at
so
all.
far, all
Have
of
you
these clues
removed
have
the
been about different
immovable
puzzles.
rod yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I sorry. When Apostrophe said that the unseen servant was in place, I
Okay.
clicked the button
The-
and
The rod pulls free, and immediately the block starts ascending to the ceiling, and Croak and Battleflower and Apostrophe looking through the peephole, you see the pillar rise back up, you see the medallion, you see the demon mouth, the devil mouth on its chest, and inside the devil mouth you see the hieroglyph of the serpent.
Oh,
Walk
Serpent.
to the serpent. Okie dokie.
that would be the next step.
Sorry. Trying to.
it's taking the
Serpent.
shield with it to give it some weight, right?
Yeah, with the shield. Yeah, I don't know how to do that like actually, but picture a shield. All you can see, all you hear is a shield being
I
dragged.
clearly imagine that the invisible servant is dragging along this shield behind it as it moves over into the square with the serpent, and you hear a faint click from within the room. But there is no swarm of locusts. There is nothing else that happens. And as the servant depresses this tile, you hear a faint ticking sound, like a gear turning, and you see on the slab of stone, within the devil's mouth, something behind it is turning to reveal a new hieroglyph. This time, a door.
We cracked it.
This door right here. Yeah, we cracked it. Assuming we continue to follow it, I'm gonna go to the door. There's the door.
As the necklace turns once again, it reveals the hieroglyph of a reed.
That's a reed. A reed is a plant, right?
Yes.
This plant thing.
Again, it turns again, revealing the sigil, the glyph of a scarab.
Two
There's
scarabs.
two scarabs, but I can't get to one of them because is it a wall of force on top of the one scarab?
Interesting. Is this a continuity issue? Which scarab? I wonder. I don't know.
Maybe the one closest. I mean, we're trying to get to the center, so the one closest, maybe.
Like the one at the bottom row or the top row? Like that one. Okay.
This one's closer.
Will the wall of force stop me? Well, maybe. Let's see if it stops the servant. They do what they want.
You step onto a scarab tile, and the necklace rotates once again. Although I will say, like, the wall of force is kind of on the inside of this, so you're able to kind of occupy the space. You can imagine the wall being like the inner edge of these sets of tiles, framing the square of the pedestal. I guess I could make these templates a little more accurate. The necklace rotates again, revealing the glyph of a scepter.
There is.
It's the scepter.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe it was that scarab.
And then lastly, it turns again, revealing the glyph of a foot.
But
And then one one more turn reveals the sigil of a urn.
Oh my god. Sorry. Almost went too far.
The medallion no longer turns. And as this 8th hieroglyph is depressed, the stone slab in the entrance of the room descends and opens. And in your hands, Scrug, you feel a faint clicking sound as some magical fastening has become unhooked.
Oh.
The walls of force, however, are still in place.
Okay, something.
You are holding the sarcophagus.
What's in the sarcophagus?
Okay, I'm I'm putting the sarcophagus on the floor, and I'm opening it if possible.
Mm-hmm. The sarcophagus opens, and within you see the delicate-looking bones of a small creature, rabbit-like in proportion, but with a narrow, delicate horn protruding from the center of its skull. Streamers of light emanate from the tip of the horn.
Whoa.
Whoa. Is this the skeleton key?
It is not a skeleton key. Not
It is not.
not like the others you have found.
Okay.
We'd be familiar with the Trickster gods because we had to go to all of their temples in Olmu.
This resembles the spirit of one of the Trickster gods.
Okay.
But as with your prior experiences with them, they would not really commune or attempt to inhabit you unless you interact with the object that currently binds them.
Okay. As I'm already inhabited, I suppose that I'm not quite pleased. Oh, yeah. I think I will not touch it or manipulate it. Is my
Nang Nang says, "Leave this pitiful spirit alone. Am I not enough for you?"
No, you said to me that it was precious. I want to test the sarcophagus.
You want what?
The sarcophagus. Sarcophagus, yeah.
The vessel, the sarcophagus itself looks incredibly valuable, but it is heavy. It's probably about 75 pounds.
Oh my goodness.
Not too much for Scrug to carry, to be sure, but you do have the small issue of these walls of force that are encircling the podium that you have seemingly no way to get out of.
Okay, I have not the choice. Sorry, Nong Nong. I'm taking the object inside sarcophagus.
You pick up the spiral horn of the creature, and it is delicate, but you feel a surge of power emanating from it. As the streamers of light emit from the tip of the horn, they swirl around you, and they form into a spectral rabbit with a singular horn on its brow. A voice whispers in your mind, "Quick, quick, let me in. We must stop Asarak."
Come on.
You invite the spirit in?
Yeah, I'm eating it. Yeah.
Okay. You suddenly, your body is locked in torment as the spirit streams into your skin and into your mind, and you feel this ripping, tearing sensation in your brain as the spirits of this new trickster god and Nang Nang are grappled with each other in a struggle for control over your or not control, but influence over your consciousness. Ludovic, why don't you flip a coin for me? Roll me a 1d2.
Yeah.
All right. With a angry scream, you hear the wailing cry of Nang Nang say, "No! No!" As the spirit of Nang Nang is banished from your mind, Scrug, and dissipates in streamers of pale light throughout the room, into your mind in its place, you feel the sensation of a new presence.
Oh my
This
goodness.
This one introduces itself and says, oh, thank you. I am here now. I am Ijin. What is your name?
Scrug.
It's very nice to meet you, Scrug.
You're a rabbit.
I am a trickster. You might call me unpredictable, but I'll make you quick. And as the trickster says that, you suddenly realize that you feel far more nimble than you have ever felt before in Scrug's natural life. You feel as if you could bound and leap and roll and dodge and evade and skip and dance with a greater capacity than you've ever felt before. Your dexterity has increased to 23.
yeah.
Oh, oh my goodness. I feel like I could dance. Maybe with apostrophe. Oh.
You also no longer feel the insatiable urge to claim whatever treasure you can. That
Oh.
seems also to have faded, but you do feel a certain whimsy that comes over you, as if you just never quite know what you might do next.
Okay.
But
I'm
you're still trapped within the walls of force, as
Yeah.
whatever has happened here has not sufficiently relinquished you. The
Okay.
prison of your own making is still keeping you in place.
I'm searching for a button or a plate or something that could disable
You
this.
investigate the whole thing,
Yeah,
and it
yeah.
takes you a little bit of time, but you eventually conclude that the bed of the funerary barge itself is a pressure plate that has become unpressurized when the sarcophagus was removed from its cradle.
Okay. So I'm putting the sarcophagus in place. At the right place.
You place it back in its cradle, and the walls of force surrounding you dissipate. And the room is still and quiet.
Hey, are you hearing me?
Both
Yeah.
Apostrophe is hearing you in her mind, but your companions are also physically hearing you as the door is open and your voice is rebounding through the corridor.
I'll wave.
I found something, and I'm feeling better. Also, can't explain it, but yeah, a spirit, something has banished another spirit, and yeah. Have you other ideas?
What?
No. Because I can't climb on walls. No.
Oh, it was the urn, right? Was the last one, if you
That
retrace the
seems to be
steps.
the last one, but whether the danger of this room is disarmed or not is something that will require a little bit of a leap of faith.
It's
I
up
don't
to
think
you,
there's any
Scrug.
way to verify without attempting.
Then it was a foot, and then the scepter, then this one, and then I forget.
Reed, I think.
I
The
don't
reed.
remember.
It was
The
the
reed.
reed, the door,
Oh.
the snake.
Yeah, there was a reed in there. There was one, yeah.
And the
Yep.
door.
Yep.
And the snake and the vulture.
All right, you remembered the combination successfully to allow Scrug to backtrack out of the tomb. Do you keep your unseen servant around, or do you dismiss it?
I mean, it doesn't hurt to have a random unseen servant hanging out,
Sure.
so
Sure, why
it
not?
will also backtrack. I can't remember the first four, but I remember the last four. Is it foot, scepter, scarab, right? I mean, it doesn't matter.
Oh.
It can't be hurt. It can't actually be hurt by
I
those
think
things.
it can probably,
but-
yeah. You can just move it wherever you want. It is not. It doesn't have the corporeal weight to trigger these pressure plates either way.
Okay. Hey, baby.
So I'm explaining what's happened in this room, and I have a new friend.
Where are they?
In my head.
Ah, okay, Scrug. Whatever you say, buddy.
I think it is a better friend than the last one. It is a rabbit.
The voice of Ejin in your head says, "Let's go. Can't wait to see what we discover next. Let's get out of here. We've got to stop that terrible Asarak."
Yeah. Okay, we need to stop Asarak. Asarak. Okay.
Debates rage about the pronunciation.
Yeah.
To have a look through this crawl space then, I think it's probably just me or Apostrophe.
It would be a probably impossible squeeze for Scrug. Pretty tough for Battleflower also.
Clark's been holding me up for like an hour.
Taking breaks. Reminds me of the training in the monastery that I always tried not to do.
Well, let's continue on. I think we've got to see if we can reach a fatal or otherwise conclusion of today's dream before
Do you
too
want
long.
to peek through the that crawl space? Someone that can do that, or do you want to go back to the beginning?
I'll take a look through.
You squeeze your way through, and it is a claustrophobic tunnel, but of everyone in the party, you are probably most comfortable in such environments. It snakes its way around, first east, and then it curves south, then east again, and then suddenly it appears to reveal as it turns south for one last time. I've gotten ahead of your movement a little bit, but anticipating that you continue.
Sorry. Yes.
It turns south for one last time, and it seems to reveal a dead end. And you are suddenly like that diagram of the cave diver who's head first down the... Just kidding. Not yet.
Yeah, no, I know the one.
But I've got to claim someone here.
Yeah. Okay. Well, if it's just a dead end, then I'll go back.
It seems to be an end. Now, why such a tunnel would ever have been dug, you have no idea.
Maybe like a maintenance thing for the traps. Alright. It's a dead end down there.
Okay, maybe into the first place, you know? Follow me.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Well, there was a few other places that we hadn't been yet. Well, I guess we know where the jackal... That was that room. We have enough tridents. I discarded one on this side of the room, so I'll pick that back
There
up.
are sufficient tridents for you to each... because you brought the 2 from the south side, so you've got all 4 now.
Okay. Do you want me to have a look down this crawl space? Should we keep going?
Maybe. Let's try the actual
Alright.
doors after the last
You
one
want
was
to
no
look
one event.
here, right?
Well, because there's a crawl space at the end here as well, right? This was a crawl space.
Right. We have actual doors to investigate too.
There's just one big double doors that we can go through.
And
So
whatever
we-
those guys were guarding, the guys we didn't put mold on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mold-free guys.
Crawl spaces seem useful, but it would pose a problem for the entirety of your party.
No, don't
Yeah.
go down the stairs. Get back up here, Scout.
Do you wanna? Should I have a look,
Sure.
or do we want to go through the two, like
Go
the
have a look.
wide corridor, the limbo? Should we have a look first? Okay, I'll have a look. Down we go.
You squeeze in and try and snake your way. Uh-oh. We've got a blockage. It's okay.
Stuck.
We'll get you unstuck.
Oh,
No worries.
okay. Okay. I'll have a look around this room quickly, see if there's anything. I mean, it's just
Interesting.
a
You
random
enter
room.
a small chamber that seems abandoned and forgotten. It's quiet. There's nothing in here. Seems like a welcome little nook.
Take a look around, see if there's anything like illusionary walls.
Yeah, you can roll an investigation check for me. You canvass the entire room. It's low. There's a low ceiling in here, and you check it, and there seems to be nothing of note. No illusion, no fake walls, no secret doors. Just a small crawl space on the south side that you could continue on into.
Okay, I'll keep going.
You continue
All
crawling
right, well, this is
through.
something.
And the passageway opens into a larger chamber. The flickering light of a torch greets your eyes as you exit onto a large balcony of sorts overlooking a vast pit where two balconies face each other on opposite ends, east and west. Between the balconies hover 5 wooden platforms, each one a disc around 10 feet across. A single torch burns on the balcony closest to you, and another in the distance flickers at the twin balcony opposite to the west. You are coming out of this crawl space behind what appears to be a large object of some sorts. It's almost like the foot of a stone statue or some hulking creature. It doesn't seem to be moving, nor is there any sign that it's animate, but you're coming out behind something large.
Okay. I'll go back then. Somehow get back. How did I do this last time? There we go. Okay, there's a big chamber down there. But I don't know how to get the rest of you through, so there might be another entrance.
You have recon at least.
Yeah, the chamber looks big enough to fit a keel boat in.
Oh. Funny you mentioned that. I so happen to have one of those. And I
Looks
take
like-
I take out a box and I pass it to you.
Oh no, I don't need it right now. But
All right.
I just thought I just remark that
All right.
it looked about big enough for a keel boat.
Good to know. What a strange unit of measurement.
All right, so we're gonna. The only other place we can go. Sorry.
Said, what a peculiar comment.
Yes, there is another crawl space that we passed down there if we wanted to try to deploy.
do you want me to-
our
So,
Atropos.
Let's have a look.
quick note on the geography. So these stairs go down to a lower level. The other areas of this level would be following the balcony as
Yeah.
it wraps around to the east and north.
Do you want me to have a look in this crawl space, or should we just keep going? Just looks like we just keep going. Let's have a look. Not all of you
Okay.
can go in these.
A pair of twin guardians are still standing watch in this hallway, the chain taut between them, covered in purple mold. You have the feeling that it is now more moldy than it was when you were last here.
Mhm.
I don't think that anything good is coming of that. Now, we could try to sneak past these guys if you like. I have just the thing, maybe, to do so. I'm very sneaky, and I can make everybody be a little bit sneaky if we want to try to get by.
Let me try something before. I think
Okay.
I will try to burn this kind of thing. I'm. I have a torch in my backpack. I take it
Oh,
and
no.
using my tinderbox to init it. And
What are
then
you burning in particular?
the kind of mold on the chain.
Mold. Yeah, you burn away
Yeah.
the mold on the chain, or the mold on the floor, or
On the chain. On the chain.
the chain. You burn away the mold, and as you expose it to fire, it does catch, and it starts crackling and flaring away, and it releases these little puffy clouds of spores as it goes. But seemingly provoked by your fire, there is a bulge in the mold that quickly comes together and coagulates, and then it opens like a lid, and the eye looks at you angrily. And as it burns away, let me just a moment here.
Yeah. You don't like the fire.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out the right way to do this. All right. As this happens, you feel yes, a wave of crippling lethargy comes across you. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Yeah.
Of course, I try and make the monk do a wisdom save and make the barbarian do a Constitution save. So, oops, let's delete that. All right, you resist the effects as it as the wave of lethargy passes over you and nothing more happens.
Okay. Has the fire been effective? There is less mold.
The fire has been effective. It has seared away the mold and cleared part of the corridor and the chain linking the two tomb guardians.
Okay, so now I'm using my strength, my pure strength, to break the chains.
All right.
This is like
Yeah.
You grab the chains on both sides and describe to me how you do this. You'd have to move a little closer, though.
Yeah. You said something?
You hear a faint noise in the background as you do this.
Okay. And I'm advancing. I'm taking my both big hand. I'm putting my hand on the chains, and I'm trying to smash the chains.
You can roll me a strength. Are you using your barbarian rage?
Yeah, I'm more raging.
If you use rage, then you can make a check with advantage, a strength ability check
Yeah.
with advantage, to try and via brute force rip this chain in two.
So a strength check. Go.
Yeah, I think that's going to do it with a 21. There's the creak of ancient iron and metal as the chain groans in protest, and then the links of it pop and come apart, and the two guardians leap into action as they seem spurred to defend themselves and their hallway. We're going to need everyone to roll initiative real quick here.
Ah.
If only I had combat spells.
All right. Croak, you are the first to act here in this combat, as these guardians seem intent to prevent your passage.
All right. I probably don't have a clear shot at this guy, but I'll take it anyway, and I'll true strike with the short bow.
Yeah, 24 is a hit, even with its cover.
It's sneak attack because
Yes,
Scrug's
Scrug is
next to it.
adjacent.
All right.
15 points of damage. Well struck.
And then I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna attempt to hide.
All right, you can blind roll that stealth check for me.
And I'm done.
Sorry, we're gonna go back a turn after your turn to give Apostrophe her first turn of the round. I didn't realize there was an initiative roll still to come in. So as Croak, you finish your turn, Apostrophe, it will be your turn next. So you're up now.
Got it. Yeah, sorry about that. Took a second.
No worries.
I will be very concerned about my imminent death, and because it doesn't seem, feels like things are happening, and so I am going to cure wounds on myself, using my mandolin, which will not then take a spell slot. So let me do that.
Nice.
Ow.
Great.
28.
Feeling
Prodigious.
a lot better about that now, but I assume strumming the thing is still an action, so I have done it, and I am going to stay back where I am out of the fray.
All right, Scrug, you're up.
Yeah. So I'm taking my great axe. I'm already enraging and I'm striking at this automat. So first attack. I'm reckless.
29
Whoa.
hits.
Yeah.
$15 points of damage to the Tomb Guardian.
And the frenzy.
Yep.
Take this.
11 more points of damage. Too good.
Yeah, and then my second strike.
$26 points. Or 26 to hit. Yes, that is a hit.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Yeah.
18 more points of damage. Oof. All right. Anything else on your turn?
No, it's good. I'm standing still.
All right, Battleflower. These guardians seem to be taken aback by Scrug's brute strength, but they are about to jump into action. But you get to go first.
I'm sure they are. I curse and say, this is the opposite of sneaking past them. just for the record. And let's see what I'm going to do here. With a slight curse, still invisible, I come up and fill in rank next to him with my plenitude of hit points. And I am going to attack the northern one, just because that's probably... Actually, I can combine. I would take it. Yeah, I'm going to attack the northern one. Long story short, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do some punching. The first one is with advantage because I am currently invisible, which I'm going to be missing shortly. Oh, that's good straight.
Yeah.
Critical.
Great.
Oh my goodness.
Maximum damage roll.
Maximum
Incredible.
monk damage. All right, and I become visible at this point in time.
Indeed you do.
And I attack again. My moment of glory hopefully not completely passed.
Yeah, that's another hit.
All right. For another 10. And I am going to, for my bonus action, choose the course of wisdom, listen to the voice in my head, and use the... what the dodge one is called. I'm flanking on it. Patient defense. That's it. Yes. There we go. Patient defense. So, got the heightened focus. Patient defense. And as part of that, I can roll 2d8. I can roll some temporary healing for myself, which is badly needed. And I think it's actually supposed to be more than that. Plus, no, it's not. Okay, I will.
2d8. That's right.
Yeah, it is. 2 rolls of that. I thought that it was...
That would be 10 HP.
Yep. I will add that, and I am dodging. And
Okay.
that is my turn.
The Southern Guardian erupts out of its alcove in a frenzied berserk rage, with its chain being broken, and it launches into a frenzied sequence of attacks against Scrug. Scrug, did you attack recklessly?
Yeah, so you have advantage.
Okay, yes. Advantage on the first attack. And then, 22 to hit.
Yeah, it's hitting.
Dealing 20 points of damage down to 10.
Yeah.
Second attack.
Retaliating before.
All right.
Yeah.
The retaliation is a hit for the 24.
Yeah.
For 10 more points of damage to the creature. It then makes its second attack against you, dealing, if it hits, 20. Yes, it hits. It deals an additional 6 points of damage. Your rage protecting you from most of the harm. The Northern Guardian steps down into the fray, targeting Battle Flower with its 2 attacks, also seemingly spurred into some sort of berserk rage. Oh, you were dodging, so I need to roll again with disadvantage, although that misses anyways. So the first attack misses thanks to your patient defense. Second attack with disadvantage is going to be a miss. 14. You get away with it this time, Battle Flower. The top of the round. The top of the round, apostrophe, before your turn. The door on the far side of the corridor begins to slowly open as it swings free of its moorings, revealing a chamber beyond. You see nothing else, however, beyond that doorway.
Oh. Down here?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Apostrophe, it is your turn.
Okay, I have...
Actually, sorry, delay that. It is not your turn. it will be momentarily, I think. All right, I need to check some things here. Two, 9, 3. All right. Battle Flower.
All right. Not at
I
all
need you to
concerning.
make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. I guess I don't have any say in that. Constitution saving throw. Oh, that's not a good thing.
Oh no.
You feel your muscles freeze in rigidity as your body overcomes to a sensation of paralysis.
Not good.
Scrug,
Yeah.
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay, so I have the advantage with my danger sense.
Does danger sense require you to see the target of danger?
I don't think
See the
so.
source of danger?
Uncanny
Enemy,
sense.
saving throw. Okay.
Yeah.
Nope,
And
it's
no,
across the board.
it's working.
Okay, all right. 18. That is a successful save. Let's see. What else? What else? Is there something more? There is. Scrug, you again. You must make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh, that's not as good. Oh yeah, not bad.
You see a beam of sickening energy flicker across the distance from the far end of the hallway, and it strikes you, and you shudder as a sensation of terror, fear comes over you. Unless you have some feature to mitigate fear, you are now frightened.
I'm
of
immune
whatever
to
is
fear
coming down
when
the
I'm
hallway.
raging.
You are immune to fear
Yeah.
while raging. I thought that might be the case. All right, you
Ah.
feel no fear, but you shake it off, and you sense that whatever was trying to make you afraid is coming from the hallway to the west of you. All right. With that handled, Apostrophe, it is now your turn.
Perfect. And I forgot what I was going to do. Was so enthralled. I am going to. How can I help? Oh, my unseen servant, who I lost track of, but has still been traveling with me, but whose icon I cannot find right now. Is
Tab usually.
Where is they? Wherever they are, I'm going to have them
I'll
run
just bring them
forward.
over to you real quick.
Yeah, thank you. I tried to move them and I could not get it.
There you go. They're right behind you now.
Perfect. Okay, so it's shift to, for some reason it wasn't
Tab.
tab. That would explain why it didn't work. Okay.
It's tricky because they're invisible, but they shouldn't be invisible to you or
oh, there we go.
I don't know.
There we go. Yeah, no, I eventually figured it out. So they're going to head into the fray, and pick up some remaining non-destroyed mold and just throw it at, like, in the face. I'm just trying to distract. This is just a pure distraction. They're going to, like, throw mold in the faces of the enemies and from behind them, something to theoretically get them to think an attacker is coming to flank them, as opposed, they can't attack, but they can like throw mold, which is not an attack, it's just an action, I say. And so doesn't do any damage, it's just a thing. So we're just gonna throw mold at them from behind and be like, haha, gotcha. Here they are behind them, being like, blah, blah. So after so that will be my command to them. We'll see what that does. I will also provide some inspiration, I will use one of my bardic inspiration die. I'm gonna roll it now to do the fancy version. I told you I was gonna wait until the perfect opportunity to actually do the full version of Mantle of Inspiration. Here we go. And so Mantle of Inspiration is going to give some temporary hit points to 3 people of my choosing. And so I will... can I add on to the temporary hit points you already have, or no?
It would be the maximum of the 2 values.
Okay.
You get to pick.
What'd you say? You get to pick.
I'd get to pick.
Let me roll. Let me see what the deal is.
18. Damn.
It's everybody take that. So it goes to 3. What is it? 3 people. A number of other creatures within 60 feet of yourself. So a number. What?
Should be 4 charisma modifier.
For you, all 4 of your allies, including yourself, I suppose.
Yep.
Yeah. So temporary hit points for everybody. Boom, boom, like Oprah.
18 temp HP for everybody.
You get a temp HP.
Awesome.
Everybody gets temp HP.
And we can move as well with our reactions.
Yeah, and you can move with your reaction and avoid without triggering opportunity attack.
Don't I
I'm
wish?
going to move because I want to see what the hell's going on down here. I see nothing.
You see the 2 guardians in the hallway. You see Battleflower, muscles rigidly locked in place. Scrug fighting with the guardian nearest him, and you see the open doorway at the far end of the hall.
Who opened the door?
I don't know.
I am done with my turn.
All right. I did something wrong here, and I'm not sure what. I see what I did wrong. Okay. Oops. Croak, it is your turn.
I'll True Strike again the Tomb Guardian, I guess.
Excellent.
Do I want to study? Yeah, no. With advantage because of the Vex. Assuming this is the same one I attacked last turn.
Yes, that is the same one, the southern of the 2. 25 is a hit.
Alright.
Definitely sneak attack. All right, 14 points of damage to the Southern Guardian.
I want to see, but I also don't want to be a target.
Tough choice.
I don't think I get to do both, so I'll just go back and hide again.
All right.
And then I'm done.
At the end of your turn, yeah, stealth check is good if applicable. At the end of your turn, let's see, Scrug. Well, no, we're gonna say Death Flower. Or
It's not my name.
Flower.
Not my name. Not my name.
I said, Flower, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
At least I don't currently automatically fail those, so I got that going for me. I just regular fail those. Oh yeah, it's the regular fail.
You suffer. Mm, 11 points of poison damage.
Oh, okay.
Oh shoot, that applied to Scrug. Let me reverse.
Oh, I
reverse.
already did it to myself out of habit.
Okay,
Game master stuff.
no worries. You did it to you 11 points of poison damage. You
Yep.
also are now poisoned. Wow, why is this going
Okay.
to Scrug? Oops, targeted. I need to do
Yep.
selected.
Yep.
Wrong target. That's why.
Hey, I need
User
those
error.
HP back. I need those HP back though.
Yes. All right, did we resolve it?
I'll fix it.
Okay. Thank you. Let me know if you need me to do something. That was the end of of Croak's turn. Scrug, it is your turn.
Yeah, so I'm slashing at the automata just before me. And I'm doing it reckless.
Okay. Yeah, it's a hit.
Yeah. And then damage. Oh, let me just use this macro. I forget about it. Bam.
23 points of damage.
Yeah,
Alright.
and my
Eight.
frenzy, of course.
Oh, 18. Sorry,
23 was the
wrong,
hit,
wrong message.
Sorry.
18 points of damage.
Yeah,
Plus your frenzy.
just the frenzy which is coming now.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm using this track to cleave with my mastery of the Great Axe on the
Okay.
second one. So I need to do a hit again with an advantage.
That hits. 19.
Okay,
Is
and
a hit.
here I don't have ability modifier to this damage. So this is just a single dice. Yeah.
The northern one.
And then I have another strike. The second attack. I'm shooting at
Alright,
this
so the
enemy.
7 damage is to both or just to the northern
Just
one?
the northern one.
Just the northern one, okay.
Yeah. And then the second strike on this. Just
Yep, that's
the
a
one
hit.
before. And the damage. Go.
Ah, just enough. You carve down
Oh,
the
yeah.
Tomb Guardian, bringing it down. You destroy the creature.
Okay, and I'm moving just behind this one like this.
All right. At the end of your turn, something happens. All right. At the end of your turn, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. Scrug.
Yeah.
Ah, it is unsuccessful.
Oh,
You sustain 10 points of psychic damage, and you are now charmed.
I'm immune to charm.
Okay, you are not charmed.
I'm not charmed, but I suffer the damage. Ah!
Okay. It is now Battleflower's turn. You spend the turn being paralyzed, but you may repeat the saving throw at the end of your turn to try and shake it off.
And that was a Constitution saving throw, I believe. I should have really made a note of that. I should have really made a note of that.
I will tell you in a moment. It was a Constitution saving throw.
That doesn't look
You do not
promising.
shake it off. You do
All
not
right.
shake it off.
I think that even though I'm still paralyzed, and you feel free to rule on this one, but there is self-restoration, which at the end of my turn, I can remove one of the following conditions on myself. It doesn't require an action, so I think I should still be able to do it. I still have my force of will thematically while I'm poisoned. I'm trying to not be poisoned, which is not the biggest of my problems, but every little bit helps.
All right, your body is paralyzed, but your mind still works. Through the power of your monkly will, you are able to remove the poisoned condition from yourself. I'll allow
Yep.
it.
All right. Victory, I guess. End of turn.
Yeah. Well, we're going to... You can delay declaring victory for a moment, because the Tomb Guardian is going to try and take you down here.
No, victory.
That will be a miss, despite advantage on the attack roll. And then attempting again is... that will be a hit. So you sustain a critical hit from your paralysis.
It's a lot of dice.
26 points of damage.
Not quite enough to bring me down.
Oh,
I may be paralyzed, but I feel happy.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
All right, that is it for the turn. The top of the round, there is a creature, something malevolent in the hallway. You sense its presence, although you do not see it. It moves closer, and it's going to take some actions here. Cloak billows. All right, for the first of its actions, determining. All right, for the first of its actions, Scrug, you need to take a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay, with advantage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Your ridiculous dexterity is excellent.
Oh, I'm dancing. I'm dancing
Okay.
here in the corridor.
For the next ray, Battle Flower. Just making sure my reading of the rules is correct here.
I auto-fail several important saves, yes. Auto-fail, so.
Yes, so,
Like the dex.
yeah,
Well,
so it's a dex save which you fail. And so I regret to inform you that you suffer
1 point of damage.
You suffer 44 points of damage. And I think that's it, because I don't think there are further effects. But just reading to make sure. Nope, I was wrong. The ray strikes your paralyzed form in the chest, and you feel it spreading outwards from the epicenter of your mass, and your torso begins calcifying and turning into dust. As you lose consciousness, the last thing you see is the remnants of your hands falling to the ground in a wave of dust that spreads out across the floor and commingles with the mold on the floor of the chamber as you are absorbed into its essence. Battle Flower is no more.
No.
For the third,
No.
the third of this creature's malevolent actions, Scrug, you are the only target that it still sees. You must make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah.
You're golden.
Yeah.
Apostrophe, it is your turn. Through the corner of your vision, you saw Battle Flower there one moment and gone the next. The cloak slowly drifts to the ground, billowing as it goes until it finally stops.
Like, does it have abilities? I mean, not to rob the dead, but is it just stylish or does it do stuff? Question mark.
Is that
Um,
is that your primary concern right now?
I mean, primary? No. My unseen servant will collect that cloak. I'm just gonna let you know. Now it's slightly seen. It's an unseen servant in a building cloak.
Glad to know.
So what is we still have one thing left?
There's there's just the one Tomb Guardian. That's it.
No, sorry, I'm not saying there isn't anything else, but like a thing that we can actually see and hit.
That's correct. Yeah.
Effectively. Okay,
There's
the
one visible target, although not visible to you at the moment, where based on your current position.
Because I'm staying back. And what is the state? Can I don't know, but like, can I tell from groans like how Scrub again? Good, bad.
What?
You hear the sounds of Scrug just like laying waste left and right with the great axe, cleaving left, cleaving right.
All right, cool.
Scrug
I
seems to be
am
doing pretty
going.
well.
Yeah, Scrug's great, so I'm just gonna help Scrug a little bit and give
Importantly,
some.
you cannot see Scrug, nor can you see any target from your current position.
Okay, that is true. Okay. I am then. You know what? I'm going to move forward a little bit so that I can. Where is Scrug actually? No, for real, I actually can't see him. Hold on.
It's a question you will have to answer yourself through the power of movement.
Yeah, no, sorry. That was a rhetorical question, not an actual question. Okay. I still can't see Scrug. I don't like
It's around
this.
the corner.
Here.
I don't have anything really good that I can do at this moment because I have no clue what's going on. So what I'll do is go invisible. Using one more, this is the best item ever, use of my mandolin. It can only do each spell once, but it has a bunch of them. I will go invisible. And I will then creep in there to see more about what's going on. Oh, doesn't look good. There we go. And I will provide Scrug with Bardic Inspiration, I believe I can do, as a bonus.
That is well done. We'll send you invisible here. What was the order of operations, though, in terms of the spell casting, the movement, and the Bardic Inspiration?
Went invisible, then moved, then did Bardic Inspiration, the way it should be done.
Okay.
And with that, I am done.
All right, Croak, it is your turn.
Where is Battleflower? I pop around the corner. Where's he gone?
You see an obligatory, like, pollen cloud, spore cloud, poof, from the mold.
He died. Ah, I will avenge him.
One of these things killed him?
Behind.
There's nothing there,
feeling-
Scrug. Scrug's lost it. Alright, I'll attack this thing. No Vex this time, it's a different target. 13.
13 misses.
I'm done. I think. Yeah. I'll check that feature next time. I'll hide.
All right. At the end of your turn, we've got something happening. Stealth check noted. 4. Okay. Scrug, you need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Oh.
Aha.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
You sustain 10 points of necrotic damage, and you are reduced to half your normal speed as you are slowed.
Okay.
You are inflicted with the slow condition. It is now your turn, Scrug. However, you can only take you can only take limited action and no reactions.
Yeah, okay. So I'm feeling slow. My gut says danger. Perfect. I swing at the automata just before me. And I'm reckless, always.
$24 hits.
Nice.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's a 8.
All right, you deal 15 points of damage to the Tomb Guardian.
And I'm still frenzied.
Yep, 7 more.
Yeah. And I can only make one attack, right?
I don't know if the rules on slowed have changed since my last cached familiarity of it, but I believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I think.
If anyone in the group knows otherwise, let me know. Otherwise, I think that is true that you are limited to 1 attack.
Is this the spell or is it? Oh yeah.
I guess that is the question. Is it the same as the slow spell, or is it? Let's see. Let me read the actual description. Target speed is halved. Target can't take reactions. It can take either an action or a bonus action, not both. So yeah, you can take an action or a bonus action, but not both. But if you have multiple attacks on your action, then you can still do that.
Ah, yeah, okay. So I've time to slash a second time.
Slow slash.
Yeah.
You hit with an 18.
Yeah, it was impressive strike.
For 14 more points of damage, reducing this creature below half. It's now bloodied. Anything else on your turn?
No, I'm just taking a quick watch at ear if I'm seeing something.
You don't see anything in the hallway, but there's been rippling bolts of energy flying down the hallway, moving closer and closer towards you with inexorable fury. You are not sure what, but there is something terrible approaching. You just can't see it.
There is something very evil here. That's all. That's my turn.
Okay, at the end of your turn, legendary action.
Oh my goodness.
That's been happening. 7. All right. Scrug.
Yeah.
Wisdom saving throw, please.
Oh. This is not a good one.
You shrug off the effects as you feel a wave of lethargy coming over your body, and you say, "No!" And you shrug it off. You resist the effects.
Yeah.
The Tomb Guardian has no one to attack but you, Scrug, so it's going to do so. With its berserk swipes with advantage. First one misses with a 19. Is that true?
Yeah, it is true.
That dexterity is unreasonable.
Dexterity boost.
That dexterity is unreasonable. Another miss with a 19. This thing's just wailing unsuccessfully against you. It can't do anything.
I'm slow, but acrobatics.
At the end of its turn, final legendary action here is going to be another ray, which is a 9. That was on its last turn, so that is available. All right, you must take a dexterity saving throw.
Okay, so I'm not incapacitated, I'm just slow, so I have still my advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, brilliant. Just checking if this is a all or nothing. Success, half damage. So you do still take half damage on this one of 43 down to
just-
half, 21.
Yeah, just a breeze.
That brings us to the creature's turn. It is going to ascend 10 feet and then fly down the corridor overhead. All right, a rippling cone of anti-magic is placed in that following area. I don't know if that's a good guess or not. Do I catch anyone? Where is... we're over top of... Are we? Where is apostrophe? Underneath it. Okay, it does not catch apostrophe in the cone. It does, however, catch Croak in the area, as Croak, your any effects of magic on your person suddenly wink out of existence, and your own command of spellcraft, such as it is, you feel it elude your current grasp, as you are in a anti-magic field.
So is it noticeable? Like I notice?
Good question.
I think the only thing I have a periaptive proof against poison, but I don't know if I would feel that I'm suddenly no longer immune to poison.
Interesting. Yeah, I suppose that's a little bit of a lore question of like, does the spellcaster realize that they are in an anti-magic field, or only once they attempt to cast a spell?
Your
I'll say
call.
you realize it. I may be wrong. We'll just say you realize it. The creature, however, with its action, turns back towards Scrug, as that's the only visible target not in a field of anti-magic. So, Scrug, you are the beneficiary of 3 eye beams.
Oh no.
8, 10, 4.
Oh, I like
The
that.
first, Constitution saving throw for you, please.
I'm good. I'm good for Constitution. Yeah.
You're good. The second, a Dexterity saving throw for you, please.
Yeah, with an advantage. Yeah.
You're good. Just checking if any of these have a on six. Oh yeah, this one is success half damage. So
Oh no.
on this one you are half
That's
of
so many dice.
53. 31 points of damage to you there, Scrug. The last one,
Wow.
Flowing Ray, that one already was used this turn, so it needs to re-roll. 5, that's a new one. Enervation. Constitution saving throw for you, Scrog.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, you succeed, but this one is also half damage. So
Oh
you
no.
suffer
Oh.
5 points of poison damage.
I'm alive.
Against all odds, you are alive. Apostrophe, you are not sure what, but these emanations of energy are coming from directly above you. You seem
okay,
to be below the creature.
Thank you. I was wondering, like, what did I actually notice going past? Like, the
You
cloak
see
flew in the
blasts
wind.
of energy being fired back down the hallway towards Scrug from immediately over top of you.
Got it. I am going to walk. Where is Scrug? Where are you? Sorry. I see Scrug. I saw the thing attack Scrug, so I assume I saw
You
it.
saw
But
the consequences of the attack. You've never been able to see the creature, which is very strange to you, because usually invisibility and invisibility-like effects go away when actions like that are taken, but you are quite certain that this creature is invisible.
Okay, perfect. I mean, not perfect, very bad. Don't like it. So we are going to, no, I was also trying to figure out if I know where Scrug is from where I am. I believe I do.
So
but...
this is a subjective ruling, I suppose, but once you go invisible, all of your items are also concealed, which I interpreted to mean that your bullseye lantern is no longer beaming light everywhere. I'm happy to change that ruling if you would like for there to be a bullseye lantern beaming light everywhere.
No, I'm good.
But you have to
I'd
trade off your...
I'd like to make a check though, because the Scrug is fighting the Temple Guardian, right? I'm hearing things. Can I make a perception check to try to...
coming from the west, maybe 10, 15 feet away.
Okay, so I'm going to like head to the west, like this way, and try to sort of locate Scrug. And I was wondering if I could like perception check to give a sense of like how far I need to go, using my understanding of the battle. All right, let me perception
I'll give
check.
you a perception check, sure.
Okay, thanks. I don't know if it'll work, but we try it. Perception. Okay.
Yeah, you're pretty. Okay, wait, no, that was your halfling luck kicked in there. You were initially unsure, and you just before you step headfirst into a tomb guardian, you realize that there is a tomb guardian between you and Scrug.
Okay.
And so you catch your movement short, and you sidestep it.
Sidestep it, and I make my way over to a Scrug-like area, which is somewhere around here.
Yeah,
I don't know.
somewhere around there.
I cannot
Join
see
me
it
in
myself.
this last battle.
It's pitch dark in this hallway, so unless you or someone else creates some light,
no, it's okay. I'm just like, can I touch Scrug? Like from where I am, can I touch Scrug?
You reach around the room, and
that's bad.
There is a heap of flesh on the floor that you kind of step over, and you find Scrug, you think, just north of you.
Okay. You. I'm invisible.
I'm sensing you. I will fight to my last breath.
Perfect. So I'm going to use what Scrug has told me to move to Scrug, touch Scrug, and cast Cure Wounds on Scrug. Having snuck my way around. You know, because I can't fight. I need you to fight. You're better at it. Thank you.
You are able to touch Scrug in the darkness. That is true. It will remove your invisibility, though.
That's fine. I assume Scrug's got it. So, you know, and we're playing Let's Die, so let's do it. I am going to cast Cure. Like, what are we here for?
Good. Yeah, what are we here for? You cast Cure Wounds. Get Scrug some of that delicious HP. There you go. Plus 14 for Scrug. You are no longer invisible.
Cool.
Anything else on your turn?
I don't. Let's see. Do I have anything else I can do? I'm gonna try to like hide. Like, you know, do I have any movement? If I think like I'm gonna try to skulk somewhere where I can be a little bit more hidden and not out in the open. The rays are coming from above, so it looks like maybe going into one of these little niches might help because the guardians aren't in there anymore. So I'm gonna try to like move up.
You can't make that move because there is a guardian in the way blocking your path, but you could try the southern one.
This like this way. Sorry.
Yeah, it's worth a shot.
There we go. So I'm trying to like hide a little bit, see if it works.
All right. At the end of your turn, legendary action. Oops, that was wrong. Sorry. Which one is it? Ah, that's new for this round. Okay. Apostrophe, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Sorry, me?
Yes, that is correct. It seems that your hiding place is not out of view of the creature, so spotting a new target has made you the subject of its wrathful gaze.
Cool. I was just really checking because I have a lot of like counters.
Oh yes, and the lantern is back on now because you are no longer invisible. Thank you, chat.
Doesn't seem like it's great for hiding. Like, did I have to turn it back on? But that's fine. I mean, that's okay, chat. I know you want me to die.
You did have to turn it back on, yes.
No, I know. All right, wisdom saving throw.
Wisdom saving throw. Have at ye. That is a failure, I'm afraid. Which means that you drift off into a luxurious, unconscious sleep.
All right, I'm gonna double check to make sure I do because I have a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
But
go ahead and check me on that. That is.
Let's assume I'm just like checking all my random.
Yeah, worth checking. It is a sleep effect. Yes.
Okay. The sleep effect looks like actually. No, I think that's one I don't have anything against that I can tell. If I'm wrong, I will come back and tell you.
Regret. All right, Croak, it is your turn.
All right, since I can tell that I'm in some sort of anti-magic, I'm gonna try to leave that.
All right, you keep going until you feel your spellcasting capabilities return.
And then I'm gonna try to cast a dispel magic on whatever effect is keeping whatever this thing is that's shooting eyeballs invisible.
A wise plan. All right, I will need you to make a spellcasting ability check. And you're probably going to want to put anything you can into this.
Yep.
Don't know what your portents are or whatnot, but...
I have an 8, so it's probably not going to want to portent on this, but if it's bad, I've got a luck point I can spend.
Okay.
All right, let's spend a luck point.
It is bad.
Again, what is it? Spellcasting.
Oh.
Okay. 18.
It's supposed to be a 19, but I'm going to allow it because I want you to be able to witness this for the benefit of the stream. The creature is revealed at last. A dread beholder floats within the hallway before you. Belcorge, the terrible, has you nearly in a very vulnerable position, but you have removed the shroud of invisibility from it, which I don't know whether that makes it less scary or more scary.
I don't know either. I'll bonus action dash down here, hoping it's out of sight of eye beams.
Yep.
And I'm done.
At the end of your turn, legendary action, glare, ray check. All right. I don't remember which ones have happened this turn. I think that one has.
Well, this is
That
my
was
turn,
great.
so there have
Sorry,
been
random
no
question.
raise
These
this
are
turn.
all attacks, yes?
Oh yeah, it's per turn, not per round. Never mind.
Yeah.
You're right. So thank you for that. I was like trying to remember over the course of the entire round
Yeah.
which ones have
Yeah.
happened. Okay, that's much easier then. That it's only per turn. Okay. Apostrophe. This
Yes,
is
I had a
targeted
question.
at you.
These are all attacks that are coming towards me, right?
Just saving
This
throws.
is not a attack roll in that sense. It is a feature that imposes a
Okay.
saving throw.
Sorry, yeah, I wasn't sure because I have creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against me because of my cool cloak. But if it's not an attack roll, it does not.
That is unfortunately not applicable here in this moment. However, you might be awake again soon enough because a beam of terrible necrosis slams into you. Since you're unconscious, you cannot succeed on a death saving throw or on a dexterity saving throw. So unfortunately, it is a failure. You do suffer 49 points of necrotic damage. But you are no longer asleep, I think, is fair to say.
Worst dream ever, gotta say. Did not enjoy that.
Worst dream. And
It's like
yeah,
when you thought
let's
the
remove.
hotel's wake-up call was bad. Try
You are
Beholder
now
Ray.
conscious but prone. And that is its legendary action. Scrug, it is your turn.
Okay. I think the biggest danger is here. I'm doing a movement around the automata to come here. And then I'm using a bonus action to have an adrenaline rush.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
4 attempts.
Whoa.
Yes.
And I'm unleashing all I have against this builder.
Okay.
So the first one,
Y'all are
I'm
gonna somehow
attacking
end up winning this fight, I can
recklessly.
tell. Yes, that's a hit.
Yeah.
That's a hit.
Hey, come on. Yes, and with a frenzy.
All right, it takes 16 points of damage. Oops, wrong target. A first blow is struck. 16 points applies damage and then frenzy as well. Okay.
Okay, and I'm unleashing my secondary attacks.
Oh, you know what? There is a problem here.
Yeah.
This creature is 10 feet. The bottom of this creature is 10 feet up in the air. You cannot reach it at present.
10 feet. Okay, right?
Well, let's rewind to the beginning of your turn, and figure out. It did intentionally gain altitude to move overhead.
Yeah. So if
I'll allow you the old jump attack, but I would say disadvantage on that. And so if you want to do the old jump attack, it's a straight roll.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm doing a jump attack. Let's go. A single roll. Normal. Because reckless.
A 19 hits.
Yeah.
So you are still able to hit the creature.
So yeah. Okay.
I can
And
just
we
keep
can.
the same amount of damage applied to it. I didn't remove it if that's convenient.
Yeah. Okay.
Frenzy, the hit, etc. So
Yeah.
you'd have another attack. You could do another jump attack or something else.
Yeah, the second attack I'm doing on the automata behind me because I want to finish it.
Okay.
I want to finish my work and I have an advantage here. Yeah.
Yes, that's a hit. Okay.
Yeah.
18 points of damage, not to Belcorge, but to the Tomb Guardian. Does not kill it, though. At the end of your turn, you can... Oh, wait, the slow is no longer active. That was only for 1 round. So you were not slowed this round.
Okay.
So you do have a bonus action if you want. And you also
My
have a reaction available. Not for your turn.
no,
You
it's
did
okay.
the adrenaline rush for the bonus action.
Rush? Sorry.
Didn't you do an adrenaline rush with your bonus action?
Oh, see, yeah. But I have already temporary hit points, so it's not necessary. So I have finished my turn.
Okay. Very good.
Ah,
At the end of
come
your
on!
turn, legendary action, glare, as is its usual. We'll see what we get. This one is targeted at apostrophe. It's a number 1, which is a arm ray. Wisdom saving throw for you, apostrophe.
Okay. Here we go.
Ah, you are charmed as the mental control of Belcorge washes over you, unless you have something
That I'm
against
probably not.
charm.
Yeah, that I'm probably not. I think I have like several features against charmed. Hold on, let me see which one will work. When I was looking before, that's what I found.
While you look into that, I will take the Tomb
Yeah, go for
Guardian's
it.
turn, and you can let me know. It is going to continue. Well, I think through some sort of passive commandment, maybe, that it receives intuitively from Belcorge, it's going to step down and strike down at Apostrophe, who is prone upon the ground. Which would give it advantage on its attack rolls. The first one being
It will have
19.
disadvantage because I am wearing the cloak of displacement.
Very
which
good.
will work
Okay,
against
so
an
the
attack roll.
disadvantage would nullify the
Yes.
advantage. So the first
Yes.
d20 roll is the one that would apply, which is a 12 for a total of 19, which is a hit.
So I don't know if that'll help me, but I tried to displace myself.
It may have, and it may still yet, as you take 23 points of damage. You are rendered unconscious again. Maybe the charm is moot. Do you have anything that can withstand remaining damage or keep you from falling unconscious?
I don't think so, but I will let you know. I was looking at counter charm, which now is moot.
Okay, the Tomb Guardian continues pummeling towards you, unabated, as it strikes down at your unconscious form. It is a critical hit. Not that that particularly matters, since it's 2 death failures either way, as it punches you into the ground and your prostrate form is smushed a little. At the end of its turn, before the next round, final legendary action. Oh no, it's used all 3. Okay. In that case, top of the round. Belcorge, the anti-magic cone lasts for... Oh.
Yeah, that moves it, I think.
Did I misplay this? I may have. The anti-magic cone, how long does it last? It only lasts 1 round?
I think at the start of its turn,
That's
it can
one,
just
but it can do it
move
again.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. I think
Alright, so it does kind of
been a
go
while.
away, but then can come back as another bonus action. So the cone goes away, and then the creature will step out this way once, twice, hovering over the open abyss. And it's going to replace its anti-magic cone about here. Then it will use its eye rays on Scrug, which I think you get to be the beneficiary of all three at the moment.
I love that.
All right. The eyes are 10, 6, 2 in that particular order. So, Scrug, first, a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah. With advantage.
You succeed,
Oh.
but you do sustain half damage of the
Oh no.
death ray,
Oh no. Oh no.
which
no.
is 58 down to 29, and down goes Scrug.
No. Oh no no no! I'm
Same-
using my reaction.
Okay,
I'm
you
an
are-
orc.
Yeah,
He's an
you
orc.
have a thing for this.
Yeah. I am using my relentless endurance.
Okay. You drop to 1 hit point instead.
Yeah.
Just in time for the next beam to slam at you. A telekinetic beam. You need to make a strength saving throw. Does your rage stay when you go to 0 and then go back to 1?
Because he didn't technically go.
Yeah, this is
Unconscious.
instead of 0. I
Instead
don't
of-
pass
You're still
by
raging.
0.
You have advantage on the strength save, right?
I have. No,
Isn't that a
this.
thing that rage?
No,
Isn't
no.
that a thing that rage does? I
I
think you have
don't think-
advantage on your
Strength checks and
saving
saves.
throw.
Okay, so I need to
Roll again.
roll another dice.
All right, a 20 is a success. You resist the telekinesis that is attempted upon you. The final ray that slams into you is a paralyzing ray. You must take a Constitution saving throw against it. No, the paralysis comes over you, Scrug, as your muscles freeze in place, and you sense the horror of sensing your own impending desolation. That is the end of its turn. Apostrophe. You need to make a death saving throw. We are, of course, playing a Tomb of Annihilation using the meat grinder mode. So the DC you need to reach for this death save is 15. Oh. Apostrophe. I regret to inform you that here on this level 3 vault of reflection, cold stone, mold-covered floor, your story ends. And there will be no more healings for your faithful subscribers. Unless you can send them from the afterlife.
I want to let you know that for the next 30 minutes, my unseen servant will be mourning me, covering me with a cloak, rending itself and wailing.
Bending and wailing. And, yeah.
Like, just generally, just really sad, really upset. And we'll be
Tragedy
writing
strikes.
some great notes about, like, my amazing battles, maybe some cave art with its remaining time, because it knows that's what I would want.
It feels almost rude to, like, make a legendary action on someone's turn that was just failing a death save, but that, of course, is what Belcours will do. So Scrug, it will try and get you with the sleep ray. That's not helpful. You can roll it anyways, and then the turn goes to Croak, who you're in a tricky situation.
Yeah. So Apostrophe's dead. It looks like Scrug is completely paralyzed as well, right?
It does seem as if Scrug is motionless.
Alright. That's it then for Croak. He's getting out of here, so he is.
Croak is leaving.
He's getting out of here. He is going to cast
Cyber list.
Dimension Door 200
Excellent.
feet upwards to try to escape the tomb.
Excellent. All right, Croak. So, if I can take you on a brief journey for a moment, you feel yourself hurtling through time and space, and you, let's see, just reminding myself here of the destination, but I regret to inform you that you don't end up exactly where you had intended to land. I think this may be a sort of curtain moment for Croak
Yeah.
here, but you hurtle yourself through time and space, and you appear in a room half filled with rotting corpses. Protruding from one wall is a large green devil's face, its flared nostrils set just above the putrescent mass. A sconce above the face holds a flickering torch. Within the piles and piles of bodies, endless numbers of them, you see something move and writhe. And that's where we'll cut back to the others. The remaining party member, Scrug, you may make a saving throw to try and shake off the paralysis.
Oh yeah.
This is Constitution, right?
Constitution, I believe. Oh, but you're sleeping now too, so you can't really do it.
Oh, I'm sleeping.
You are also asleep now. Sorry, the ray effects kind of mounted up a little bit.
Okay.
So you remain sleeping until you are awoken rudely by a tomb guardian, pounding on your face with its spiked gauntlet.
Oh.
This is the last thing I will see.
Oh, it is a natural 20. As the fleshy golem pounds
Oh
down. Two
Two
natural
natural
20s, in
Oh.
fact, in a row, as the fleshy golem pounds down on the body of Scrug until the powerful frame of the formidable barbarian is a pulpy mess of mass
I'm
on the
preparing
floor.
myself to join my ancestors.
To
They will
join,
welcome me.
to join your ancestors. And
Yeah.
that is where we will wrap with heroic fanfare as our heroes of lore made good progress through the Tomb of Annihilation, only to become annihilated themselves, as the title of the adventure promised, as was foretold. Will there be a survivor? Will Croak and his nimble, clever kobold ways find a way out of this cursed labyrinth? I leave that, dear reader, to your imagination. Send us your fan fiction, and we will see you next time, but not here, not for this game, for this was a one-shot to celebrate our anniversary. It took us 5 hours, but we did finally perish, as was foretold. Thank you very much to Aaron, to Kim, to Ludovic, to Dan for being such good sports about being intentionally fed into a unwinnable situation. Thank you to the audience for sticking with us and sticking it out until the end, the bitter end. Tomb of Annihilation is now on sale. It is available for pre-order on Foundry Virtual Tabletop. It will be available for installation on June 17th. And we are putting a lot of effort into making this product really, really cool. Has awesome hex exploration features for exploring the wilderness of Chult. It has survival mechanics. It has special rules. It has deadly dungeon crawls. It has tons of adversaries. It's something that is going to be really fun if you can get all your party on board for a grueling march. But yeah, it's a really great adventure, and we hope you all check it out. Thank you so much for joining us. To the spirits of the departed, any parting words. Aaron.
While I may have failed, my twin sister, will be coming to, informed by my unseen servant, will be coming to avenge me in future. So, it's
Beautiful.
okay.
Croak, not actually dead yet, but any parting words?
No, nothing for me. Other than that, I spent a lot, like several hours trying to get a macro working. We didn't even get to see
We
it.
didn't hit it. Yeah, I know. You knew what the macro was, though. You could
I
have.
did. I could
It
have.
was in your hands. Ludovic, the spirit of Scrug is sucked into the relentless gears of the Soulmonger. Your parting thoughts?
Honor or death? This time, it was death.
The kindly spirit that you picked up along your
And
journey says,
it,
well,
I will haunt this place.
all right. Battleflower, first to fall, but mourned the longest. Your parting words.
Yes. Battleflower may be completely disintegrated and paralyzed before that and getting sucked into an artifact level thing of doom, but he's still somehow confident that he's going to pull this out.
Into the Soulmonger! The mold
Just
on
where
the
I want
ground,
him.
the mold on the wall silently observes a quiet hallway where there's nothing but death and desolation in its wake, and then in the corner of the mold, an eyeball opens and surveys the scene, just to see over across the way from the mold on the far wall, a small flower blooms. The remnant of Battleflower, a residual memento mori, for the stream, for all future dungeon delvers to find and wonder who died here. All right, thank you all very much. Appreciate your company. Thanks, Aaron, Kim, Ludovic, Dan. Appreciate you very much. We will see you next time, which in fact will be on Friday.
Friday.
He says
No.
questioningly, which is our next stream.
Reproject.
I should double check that. So I know there is a stream on Friday for sure. I think it's Friday's the next streamed event. We have a Reddit AMA tomorrow on our community subreddit. If you want to know anything about Foundry or what we're up to, please drop by the subreddit and ask your questions. Please show up on Friday for our team's FPF demos. It's going to be a lot of fun. And then on Saturday, I will be back with you talking about Ember and showing off some of the amazing stuff that we've been up to lately on that front. So thank you all very much. And with that, we will bid you farewell.
Take care.